Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first ever workshop on recommender systems for human resources. I've said this to many people at this conference already, and other people have echoed the sentiment, but it's really, really nice to have a physical workshop again after so long. My name is Toine Bogers. I'm one of the co-organizers of this workshop, together with Mesut Kaya, who's here in the front row, if you could wave, Mesut, and Francisco Gutierrez, who is also here. And then we have two other co-chairs, David Gauss and Katrien Verbert. They are busy nursing newborn babies, so they couldn't be here. They had a good excuse. So this workshop is about recommender systems for HR. Actually, it's a bit broader, right? So a study by PricewaterhouseCoopers has shown that over 40% of HR functions of international companies use AI applications. So what we really wanted to focus on in this workshop is all the different applications of AI, of predictive analytics, of recommender systems for human resources. So we wanted to offer an interactive venue for original research on all these different aspects in different areas of HR, recruitment, retention, training and development, performance and career management, talent pool management, and compensation and benefits. Now, in addition to two keynotes, a panel, and a breakout, we also have several accepted papers. We have 8 accepted submissions of work on various aspects of AI in HR. Every submission was reviewed by at least 3 members of the program committee, and the proceedings will soon be on the Keynote website. That's in the process right now. And once they are, then we'll also announce them on the website. I would also like to extend a word of thanks to the program committee for helping us in reviewing all these submissions. So thanks a lot for helping out with that. Now, the schedule for this workshop is a bit peculiar, perhaps. We have 2 parts. The morning part, which is the main part of this, is in person. So that's from 9:30 to 1. And then the afternoon, we have a virtual session. But this morning, if people want, they can also participate virtually. If they're in the right time zone, or if they're really committed and they're willing to get up really early or stay up really late, then they can log into the Zoom room and follow this live. In the afternoon, it's sort of turned around, right? In principle, it is all virtual. The panel is virtual. The keynote is virtual, but we can stay in this room and participate in the workshop physically and see everything on the screen. We will be recording everything, and then these will be made available in the weeks after the workshop. I think officially this goes through the conference organization, and we'll get the videos right. And I think everything is uploaded to YouTube at some point after some editing. So what are we going to do today? So the morning program, we'll start with the introduction, which is what I'm doing right now. And then we will move on to our first keynote. I'm really excited about this keynote. So Quirine Eijkman is here. She's with the Netherlands Institute for Human Rights and with the University of Applied Sciences of Utrecht. And she's going to give a talk about the challenges and opportunities for human rights in terms of recruitment algorithms. Then after that keynote, we'll have a short paper session with 2 papers, followed by a coffee break. Another paper session with 3 papers after the coffee break, and then we'll have a breakout session where we will talk about 3 different possible topics: the challenges and opportunities in fairness, accountability, and transparency in job recommendation, how to design more inclusive and fair HR technology, and how to design better recruiter-in-the-loop tools to assist recruiters more intelligently. So depending on how many people there are at that point in time, right, we'll break out into 2 or 3 groups. Online, people can also participate. Each of the breakout group leaders will bring their laptop so that people can participate in these virtually as well. And we have this room, and we have the main room that we can go to if we have to split up into different groups. More about this later at the start of it from Francesco. Then this afternoon, we have another keynote scheduled by Kaare Danielsen. He is the CEO of Job Index, Scandinavia's largest job portal, and he's going to give a talk about titled "What Are We Optimizing?" So this is the industry perspective on this. Followed by our third and last paper session with 3 papers. These will be virtual, right? So these are pre-recorded. So we'll have a 10-minute recording that we will watch, and then there's 5 minutes of live Q&A. After that, another coffee break. And then finally, another element that I've really been looking forward to is the panel. So we have a panel on the challenges of HR tech, where we have 4 panelists. Cora from Job Index, Gerd Goetschalckx from the Public Employment Service of Flanders, Christiaan Duijst, who is also with the Netherlands Institute of Human Rights, who will also be here this morning for the keynote questions, and Krishnaram Kentapadi from Amazon. So these people will share their perspectives on different challenges in HR. In terms of Q&A, so in the morning session, and also in the afternoon session, if you're here physically, you can just raise your hand, ask the question, and then the speakers will try to remember that we repeat the question in the microphone so everyone online can also hear it. But we will also be looking in the Zoom chat for questions. So you don't need to raise your hand in Zoom, but you can simply write your question in there, and then we'll make sure to ask this as well. In terms of the format, yeah, I said this already, right? The afternoon presentations are pre-recorded, but Q&A is live. The keynote presentations are 30 minutes with 15 minutes for Q&A, and the paper presentations are 10 minutes with 5 minutes for Q&A. So that is the administrative part of the workshop. I hope you will all enjoy it. I'm pretty sure I will enjoy this physical workshop again, and a virtual one in the afternoon. So the next thing that I would like to do is welcome our first keynote speaker. So our first keynote speaker is Quirine Eijkman, who is the Deputy President of the Netherlands Institute for Human Rights. And she's also the chair of the research group Access to Justice at the University of Applied Sciences, Utrecht. She's also on the advisory board of the Dutch Legal Aid Board and Privacy First. And she's going to give us a talk titled Recruitment Algorithms, Challenges and Opportunities for Human Rights, to maybe wake us computer scientists up a bit more. Okay, so I'll switch slides.
So it's a big honor for us at the Netherlands Human Rights Institute to be invited to this exciting conference. I heard you were already 4 days in debate with each other. So thank you very much for being here today, present at Berlage, but also online. I think some of you may have partied it up yesterday in Amsterdam, so welcome. Today my talk will be about recruitment algorithms and challenges and opportunities for human rights. And obviously there will be enough time for questions here or in the afternoon during the virtual panel. Well, short history lessons. As many of you may have heard or learned at school, in 1948, it was a very important year for human rights. It was the first Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It's basically the basis of all treaties, law that apply to human rights throughout the world these days. It was also the year that the first computer was actually electronically stored at the University of Manchester. So there are links between the different backgrounds here today. For us, the Netherlands Institute for Human Rights, 1994 is very important because our predecessor is the equal treatment body of the Netherlands. So in 1994, the Dutch decided that it was extremely important that not alone in our constitution or in international human rights law, but also a special act against civil anti-discrimination was to be implemented. And at the same time, our institute was created, the institute that is now the Human Rights Institute. Now, Amazon was registered and Yahoo was founded. I think at the time, these were very separate developments. I don't think lawyers in human rights were, of course, they used Yahoo or maybe Amazon, but they were quite separate developments for us. Today, this is no longer the case. At the Netherlands Human Rights Institute, we are very strongly engaged in becoming more aware what digitalization means for protection of human rights, not just in the Netherlands, but also throughout the world. And we certainly monitor it. We review legislations, provide our input. For instance, a good example is the current European Commission proposal for AI, artificial intelligence regulations. We are, for instance, then asked to provide our input on it. A key issue, among others, is, of course, accountability. How can stakeholders from civil societies also engage in supervising, monitoring the implementation of AI. So this is kind of an example what we would do as a human rights treaty for the Netherlands, but also, of course, in a European Union context. So a human rights issue, algorithms, how a discriminatory algorithm wrongly accused thousands of families of fraud in the Netherlands. I don't know if many of you are aware that there's quite a big scandal in the Netherlands, which applies to people receiving funds for childcare. And some of them were wrongly accused of committing fraud, social fraud, with huge implications. People had to pay back thousands of euros back to the government. And now, after almost 8-9 years, it appears that one of the algorithms that was used to identify the risk for fraud may have been discriminatory. Not may, it has been established on the basis of a second nationality. But this is how, this might be a sign for all of us that, algorithms can impact real people, not just in HR, but also throughout society. And it is a very big thing. Thousands of people are implicated and with huge consequences for their personal life. Many people are in debt, for instance, and the government fell over it. So it's not a small thing. And there are many causes, but one of the causes is how risks are identified to potential fraud, and also how the people who supervise it implement that in real life. So see the link with HR work. But what does it mean for HR? Increasingly, also we at the Institute of Human Rights, we have indications that we should engage in the debate about hiring software. We are experts in labor market discrimination in the Netherlands. We've done a lot of work on it. And one of the issues, human rights issues, that you could potentially think of is that automated hiring software can mistakenly, for instance, reject people. For instance, on the basis of women working less. We just learned that many fathers are also not here today because they've just had a new member of their family. But this has real life implications for real people, especially if recruitment is increasingly automated with the help of algorithms. Now, how does it relate to human rights, and what are human rights? I saw a lot of people in the public, at least nothing. I think people are more or less aware of what human rights are. But just to recuperate, we have rights simply because we are human beings. Here in the city of Amsterdam, almost 200,000 people were killed in the Second World War because they had a different religion from the predominant Christian religion at the time in the Netherlands. And they were not recognized as humans as such. So after the World War, not we, but the entire world decided we need to guarantee that every human being has to be recognized as a human being, and we need law for that. Now, one key element is non-discrimination. We are all equal. It doesn't matter if you're man or woman, or if you are white or black, have a different background. Discrimination cuts through all rights. And especially in our case, in our institute, there's something we monitor constantly.
I'm also checking RecSys.
Now, if you talk about recruitment algorithm in the context of HR recruitment, we felt as an institute about 3 years ago that there was a lot of awareness about human rights in relationship to recruitment algorithms, but it was almost always focused on the right to privacy. So what can a recruitment agency or an employer, what data can they share or not in terms of data protection and the right to privacy? We felt that non-discrimination equality was not receiving enough attention in this debate. And we decided that we should raise awareness about it and try to monitor that, at least in a Dutch context, because labor market discrimination is a big issue in our country. It's very difficult for certain groups to enter the labor market effectively. And at the same time, the right to remedy that, an effective remedy or a fair trial, is extremely difficult. At the Netherlands Human Rights Institute, we have 9 commissioners. I'm one of them, and you can petition, you can file a complaint, and we never get these cases because discrimination is usually something or that happens very directly. I'll explain it a little bit more. But in the context of digitalization, it's sometimes very difficult to prove, to make your case at our institute. So we know it's happening, but at the same time, the right to an effective remedy to file a complaint is almost completely impossible because of a lack of transparency, or for an individual to actually understand what are the processes behind automated recruitment and HR hiring. So what do we do? I already told, we are an institute that monitor human rights in the Netherlands. Throughout the world, there are human rights institutes. The more the better, I would say, but increasingly most countries have one. We provide advice on human rights related issues in a Dutch context, which can be challenging because human rights is traditionally something we view in our external policies, so which we judge others by. So sometimes it's quite challenging that you also have to monitor what is happening in the Netherlands. We train people, we provide, adjudicate these complaints I was just talking about, and we write reports. We will put this on the website. When reporters review your CV, who reviews the computers? It's pretty much the report that is the basis for my talk today, but it might be interested if you're interested in more to read it and actually give feedback to it too, because we are always learning as we go along. Now, what is this specific human right to equality? What is it actually that when we discuss discrimination, how is it perceived? Because sometimes how we talk about discrimination in the context of society, it's challenging because legally, you have to write things up in order to judge or in order to assess whether it's actual discrimination or not. And then especially also in our cases, there's this distinction between direct discrimination or indirect discrimination. And in most cases, we are talking about indirect forms of discrimination. Now, I will give a few examples in a minute. But direct discrimination, I think it's something we can all relate to. You're treated less favorable than another person in a comparable situation because of a protected characteristic. For instance, when I was doing my PhD at university, my colleague was a Pakistani American lady, and it was after 9/11. And every time we traveled to these conferences, she was stopped at the airport. I was never stopped, never. And it was almost, she already opened her suitcase. I, at the time, thought it was direct discrimination. She, on the other hand, said, no, it's indirect. It is neutral, but there are certain characteristics in these risk profile that make me more that raise awareness about me, and it's about how I travel throughout the world, because she was always traveling between Pakistan, the Netherlands, Pakistan, the United States, and the algorithms probably thought that she was a higher risk because of strange traveling behavior. So we had huge discussions about it at the time, but every time it would happen, it's not a very nice experience. Nonetheless, we both finished and we did pretty well. So what is discrimination? If we talk about it in the context of, from a legal perspective, we talk about certain protected grounds: sex, disability, ethnic origin, national origin, religion, belief. And in the Netherlands, there are differences between countries because we are, of course, the European Union, where we all work together, but there are differences. In our case, it's also political affiliation and marital status. And yes, you can be discriminated against if you if you belong, for instance, to a certain political party and you are, I don't know, you can't get access to this conference, for instance. I don't know what to talk about, but this is kind of an example. What is actually more the case, we have also receive special funding to implement discrimination against people with a disability, because very often in HR, there can be also subtle issues, such as people who are, for instance, almost blind and who can't apply to certain jobs. Think about these kind of things. So direct discrimination is only allowed in very, very few circumstances. Think about the Marine Corps, etc., the whole debate whether women should enter or not, those kind of things. It's very direct. And this is obviously changing, but you can't enter because of a certain reason. Now, indirect discrimination is challenging because it can be objectively justified by a legitimate aim. and if the means of achieving that aim are appropriate and necessary. Think about somebody who is blind and who wants to be a traffic officer outside. It can be very challenging if you can't see or have a limited view, but that doesn't mean you can't work at the police. So it's this indirect discrimination is more challenging, but there has to be a legitimate aim, and the means of achieving that should be appropriate and necessary. For instance, you could work at the police, but maybe we could find another job for you in which you can work with your disability. So now we're in for quiz time. And maybe I can't see the hands online, but I thought maybe to challenge these issues or to ask you a little bit about this issue. For instance, we have these real cases at our institute. A man complained, he said, I was hired as a driver at a car company. And they said, well, you can come and work for us. And a day later, he receives a WhatsApp message saying, we changed our mind because well, you go to neo-Nazi gatherings we see on your social media, and yeah, we don't want to work with you anymore. Now, who thinks here that this is direct indiscrimination? Could you raise your hand, please? Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Let's say 1/3, 40% of the people here. Who would say this is indirect discrimination? Nobody? And who would say this is not discrimination? Yeah, a couple. Well, Christiaan, what's the answer? It's direct. And would anybody guess on what grounds? Yeah, political. So he was actually, we wanted to give this example because it's kind of counterintuitive. Would you want a driver in the city of Amsterdam, maybe with his political affiliation? At the same time, he or she has the right. You can't insult people, but you do have the right to express your own political opinions on social media, just as long as you don't ask for violence or incite hatred. So I think it's nice that we do have different perspectives on it. A second question, and this is a case from a very long time ago when I was still in secondary school, I think, graduating. A recruitment and personality and intelligence test for new ministry staff members scored different between men and women. So also in the Netherlands, but in many countries across the world, you have these huge tests and people have to do an assessment. So several female applicants appealed because they said the ministry nor the creators could explain the difference. The assessment was based on the people who were already working there at the time, 70 to 80% men. So they couldn't explain why women didn't do as well as men in the test. Now, would this be a question of direct discrimination? Can somebody raise or would you want to raise your hand if you think it's direct discrimination against women? Nobody? Indirect? No. Or no discrimination? No. So Christiaan, help us. Yeah, indirect. It's indirect discrimination. So the test was actually built based on the people who are already working there and not the people who are now, obviously, I think almost the majority of them, let's say the Ministry of Justice, there are always women there, but at the time, so in order to change that, you think you have a fair system, and at the same time, in reality, it is not as fair, as equal as you would want it to be. So these are the kind of cases that people file a complaint at our institute, and we give a ruling, and usually after that, yeah, ministries or even though at the time, we usually rule on things of services, but usually people want to engage in talk in how to have a more equal recruitment procedure. Would the answer be different if we replace diversity and in intelligence tests with an algorithm? Because this is, of course, what we are thinking about. Increasingly, this kind of recruitment will no longer be done by human beings, but human beings are helped with tech. With algorithms who do pre-selections, where you send in a video, for instance, of yourself. So these are the kind of, this is the reason why we want to engage in this debate with our strategic program, because we do fear that labor market discrimination can at least be, could increase or can be improved actually to not improve, but we can do something with it in relationship to the discussion about algorithms. Now, I'm moving on for reasons of time. So who, and I think this is very important for the discussion you all could have today, maybe also in the afternoon with the panel, but who is responsible for the algorithms, for instance, that are used in HR recruitment and selection? Huh? There are very few rulings yet. We have not had any cases where people ask these things. I think it's also because it's not, people are not always aware about the technology behind these kind of incidents. But if we would get them, it's the discriminatory impact that counts. It's not as we are assessing the algorithm as such, but the people using it in the HR departments or the companies are responsible for it. So the employers and the intermediaries have their own responsibility, not just for the quality of the personality assessment tests, but also in terms of, let's say, algorithms or the technology that is used. So what does it mean for talks that companies or the ministries or have with people who design the algorithms for HR recruitment? They have, of course, their own responsibility, but they're selling a product. So what can you ask in terms of kind of the technology or the algorithms that is used in HR recruitment? For us, it's an opportunity. We think it's an excellent time to engage in the debate from a human rights perspective, because we also acknowledge that this is reality. It's not a good or a bad thing that HR or the way that we do our recruitment and selection is changing. That's a reality in society. And it can also be used for the better. And when we do see cases like, for instance, at the Swiss employment services where you can actually monitor if women or ethnic minorities are discriminated against because you have more data that actually shows that, for instance, women have less of a chance of receiving a job or not. So there are sort of positive, positive incentives. The big challenges for human rights is automation bias. Now, I think the experts here know more about automation bias than at least I personally do, but you can have an idea. Would somebody have an idea what automated bias in the context for HR recruitment would be? Don't all raise your hands at once. A very good example is, for instance, what happened at Amazon, where they had kind of a process where only men were again selected, and they were actually stopped using it because they felt there was an automated bias towards men for certain positions. This is not a good or a bad thing. This just happens, but they decided not to use it anymore. It's a very well-known case in the literature. The only way to actually assess that is if there is more transparency and these explainability challenges, because we also do recognize that it's very difficult for both an applicant, but also an employer or a judge or a semi-judge like myself to actually judge if an algorithm has a bias or not. It's very difficult to understand. And at the same time, if you look in if you read the literature, let's say this Harvard Business Review article, are we just seeing the tip of the iceberg? We don't know if this is happening, but we do know in the Netherlands, at least, that labor market discrimination is a huge issue. So something must be done. From our perspective, that is one of the things we can do is apply this 1994 law of equal treatment to modern technology and start engaging in debates with people, algorithm builders, with companies, etc., that they're aware of this. We recognize that there are challenges for what we call algorithm designers. How can you design a model which is fair, that corresponds, among other things, with anti-discrimination law, especially because legal application is always applicable in one particular case. One person can file a complaint. We do recognize that there can be a possible conflict with data protection law. It might be necessary to include certain data on protected ground, for instance, to create more equality, again, on the basis of race or nationality, etc. And I already used the example of Amazon, so I'll move on. For the algorithm designers, I think it's not a simple thing, but it's a basic rule that you say if the hiring process is not transparent, verifiable, or systematic, then there is you should be aware that there is an increased chance that discrimination in a verdict could be found. So we say without transparency, algorithms can hamper kind of the process, and yeah, actually might lead to the judiciary's ability to provide a fair legal process. Is it even possible to assess this? Now, our institute has worked on several handbooks in terms of non-discrimination algorithms. Of course, not alone. We very heavily rely on research that is done at universities or at companies. In this case, it was the universities of Tilburg, Eindhoven, and Brussels universities who actually have written a whole book about this issue, and we engaged obviously by providing the expertise on non-discrimination law. It's also available in English, and we will share this PowerPoint on the site for people who want to read more. Well, what needs to happen? Lawyers in businesses and algorithm designers should cooperate. Obviously held by the boss, the people who pay to use this kind of technology for HR recruitment. We should have non-discrimination by design. We should have it already in the processes rather than people filing complaints at our institute. Frequent verification of algorithms for recruitment. People should constantly assess if the technology they are using is actually still let's say discrimination proof. And transparency, we really have to know what's going on. Now, from our Netherlands Human Rights Institute perspective, we will continually engage in awareness raising like this conference, but also many other ways in parliament, engage with civil servants, but also with lawmakers. We research and monitor the impact of algorithms. We have just started to at least understand it. And we do engage in other reports, let's say forthcoming publication on interdiscrimination law and the use of algorithms in recruitment. So basically, this is what we are doing, how we perceive it now. You can ask questions now. Obviously, you can also email us if you have ideas or other questions, but this is what we wanted to share. And now we can engage in the debate either online if people have questions, or people from here in the audience here in the Berlage in Amsterdam. Thanks. So basically, your question is whether there is a baseline for kind of measuring whether there is discrimination in society, and maybe also related to the labor market. Is that? I built an algorithm, and then I know it's discriminating. Yeah. It's discriminating less than the normal kind of situation. So it's better, kind of improving. Right? It's not the perfect one, but it's improving the situation. Yeah, so basically, if you design an algorithm, if you're aware of kind of these baseline studies, yes, there are a lot of baseline studies about general statistics in society. Now, of course, there are certain labor markets where you say there are all men here. At my University of Applied Sciences, it's all women. So when you design an algorithms, first, well, you should see if it's kind of if it's fair. But like we said in the presentations, you can correct for certain things, and maybe you should, because the real question, for instance, in the Netherlands is also the level of education of certain groups, of certain people. And there's a lot of research on it. I can't say for every country that is present here today or online, but we are pretty much aware where the issues are, and you could correct it for that. But in order to do that, we do need transparency, because we have no idea which data are used for algorithm. And we understand that, of course, it's a business model if you design this. And at the same time, there could be more checks and balances that at least it's verified whether it's fair or not. But this information I wouldn't say in every country in the world, but in many countries in the world, they are available through general statistics. Right? Yeah. I'm looking at my colleague expert. You're from? Yeah. We have good contacts with HR recruitment agencies in the Netherlands. I won't specifically say names, but we are aware that this company is very engaged in it. And at the same time, there are also a lot of smaller companies. And most companies in the Netherlands have 5 to 10 employees, and they use general services. So there are different levels as well. Okay.
Okay, let's ask a question from the online. There's quite a few questions here.
Yeah.
The first two are sort of related. Lucas Serrona asks, how do you define transparency? And related to this, Nava Tintarev asks, what level of transparency would be most useful and for which stakeholders? For instance, is it better if the potential employee can understand the choice, or the recruiter, or the platform hosting the recruiters, for instance?
There is no consensus at all about what transparency means. We just observe that it's hardly there at the moment. So you could think of things like I was saying in relationship to the artificial intelligence, the HI regulation that is now in preparation, that you could at least say, well, maybe there should be independent review boards verifying it, or and they could be aware about what the applicant can and cannot know, because obviously we do also understand there are competitive issues here. So it needs to be balanced, but it should be explainable to an applicant why you are or not invited to a first assessment or not. I mean, this is very basic. This is the same in the offline and online world. If you are not hired, you can call and you say, why am I rejected? And the person will say, well, because you didn't have the required level of experience. That's a neutral way of selecting people. And very often in these new developments, it's very difficult to actually, well, it says the computer said no. Yeah, but why did it say no? So I'm not sure if I responded to the second question. It's the level of transparency, right?
Yeah, the second one is which level of transparency would be most useful and for which stakeholders? Like, should the potential employee understand the choice of the recruiter or the platform hosting the recruiters?
Yeah, from a human rights perspective, it doesn't really matter, because you obviously have transparency on different level, on a system level and on the individual level. And we do understand that on an individual level, it's not always satisfactory. But for us, we want to open the debate with the people who are actually responsible for designing these recruitment algorithms, because lawyers do have limited views. We can say transparency, but what does it mean in practice? I think our goal for the time being is that there at least some consensus of what that should contain. Because if there is a consensus in the market, but also within society, then at least we can work towards something. But at the moment, we recognize that there is hardly any transparency. And one of the reasons is that we never get complaints, because people have no idea. They just, in the tax childcare allowance case that I mentioned in the Netherlands, people had no idea why they had to pay back all that money. It's only now, because of research done by a data protection authority, that there is an indication that there might have been an issue with a second nationality. But people filed complaint after complaint after complaint, and they didn't know why. So in that sense, the transparency as provided by our data protection authority gave them an indication, well, there might have been an issue with discrimination in relationship to nationality. We don't know yet, but they have an idea what could have been the cause, rather than a letter of the tax authority saying you have committed fraud and you have to pay it back now.
Okay. Any questions from the room?
Maybe it's a tricky one or funny, I don't know. Well, but going back to the Nazi example that you gave, what would happen if a Nazi person that really think that all Jews, Gypsies, and Black people should all be deep in the sea will want to be admitted to a human rights organization? Will you accept that person?
Good question. Christian, would we? I think it's important that in our institute, we hire people with all kinds of backgrounds, and that can also be political affiliation. At the same time, I think we would engage in the debate how that would apply to your work. For instance, if you would be giving a talk at a conference and I would be a convinced Nazi, and if I would start talking about it now, it would affect my work. So I do think that you can engage with your employee in about what is and is not appropriate in the labor market or in the context of your company or institute. In this case, the problem is that the director or whoever hired the man for the car company automatically assumed that this was an issue. That's the problem. That he didn't even engage, or she didn't even engage in debate with the driver. So I saw something about you, which is not allowed, by the way, anyway, but nonetheless, you can have a talk with people about it, like you can have a talk about appropriate clothing, for instance. So for us, this would not be an issue. At the same time, we don't have many people with a neo-Nazi background applying for jobs at the Netherlands Human Rights Institute. I don't know, maybe we're not just a very attractive employer. No, I'm kidding. But what actually, so I think that what I do sometimes think is problematic, here's some self-reflection, we do tend to hire very high educated people. And sometimes I think we should be more aware that one of the reasons that there is labor market discrimination in the Netherlands is that there is that we should engage more in a debate about educational levels. So maybe we should reflect more on ourselves about that you can also hire people and then teach them how to. So we do have to, we are not perfect either. We should be, but we are not.
Okay, there's another question here online as well from Abhishek. He asks, is there any compliance checklist that algorithm creators can use to review their work? Maybe this is related to the handbook that you mentioned.
Yeah, well, this handbook will also be put online. There's a lot of things going on, but I think this handbook on non-discrimination algorithms, which doesn't specifically apply to HR recruitment or selection, but is very, very useful. And the debate has just started. We won't say that this is perfect, but I do think it gives you a pretty good idea what you should use as a checklist. At the same time, this issue about automation bias, it's not just often the algorithm itself, but also the data that can be spoiled or can be the example. So it's something you should be aware of. But we are pretty enthusiastic about it. At the same time, lots of publications are being are coming out these days. It's a very hot issue, but this might give you a first idea.
Any questions from the room? Then I have a question. So sort of related to positive discrimination, right? One of the examples you showed was that that Swiss study said that women, there was a 7% penalty for women, right? So just to sort of give an extreme counter proposal, then should we then boost women by 7% in certain industries? Is that the way to solve this, to sort of do positive discrimination, or what is your view on this?
Well, it's a sensitive issue in the context of our institute. We do have cases where, for instance, one of the bigger universities in the Netherlands announced that they would only hire women in senior positions this year. Yeah. Well, maybe you could share what the story. Yeah, the university. Well, I was. Yeah. And for us, it doesn't matter if that's the policy, but we always think for positive affirmation there should be criteria. And one of the issues in this case, which was actually that's why at our institute a complaint was filed. The issue is there should be kind of an objective reason, or one of the and this has changed now, but very often it's too drastic. So you could see it, but very often a lot of other steps have to be taken first before you apply such drastic measures. For instance, you could train the recruiters to be aware, and I know some companies are doing that, to be aware of it, that these issues apply. For instance, most of our cases are actually related to age discrimination, huge problem. People don't realize it, but age can be a huge issue. And there are ways to kind of adjust it in terms of experience or neutral. We have done research on age discriminations and algorithms throughout the Netherlands. We know, and when we engage with recruitment agencies, we know that they're very aware that indirect discrimination can be an issue. So what you're proposing is a very drastic steps, and there are a lot of steps in between that you can also take in order to reduce the chance that, for instance, age discrimination applies in these kind of processes. So yes, the problem is there. The solution doesn't always, from an anti-discrimination perspective, have to be that drastic. Awareness raising, maybe at Eindhoven or other universities, there is more awareness now about how people, how people should be invited for promotion and at all steps of the process. Personally, I've worked at universities for years, and I've had issues where it was told in my face, you don't need a contract because your husband has a job. Said it many times. Now I'm at the top at the University of Applied Science, and it's all women. so it's not something that is static, but it is about awareness raising before we start applying law in a very strict manner.
There's another question online from Gregory. Could having minimum qualifications given in a job description, for instance, having a master's, PhD for a data scientist job, could that be considered as discriminatory?
Ooh, good question. Depends obviously for the job that you're applying for. I think, huh? No, well, but my colleague Christian, for the people online, doesn't think so. Not directly, but I think it's about sometimes, I think we forget that we can also educate people in order to require a certain level, kind of apprenticeship. In the Netherlands, it can be quite strict. And when we need people, like we have a very big issue with primary school teachers, we do have different standards now. First, you need a whole university study or University of Applied Science. And now we are experimenting with people who are working and teaching. So I think the standards that's not necessarily standards, but the way we view of including people in the labor market, it can sometimes be quite rigorous if you just apply to master diplomas, for instance. I think we could be more flexible in that sense and look more in what people can actually do. I'm not sure if this is an answer, but this is a kind of a more creative way of looking at it.
Okay, thanks. More questions? Who's closest?
Thank you for the good presentation. So I think we all agree that anti-discrimination and human rights are important values. But I'm wondering, like, from a strictly legal point of view, why does the introduction of algorithms into the mix require new legislation from your opinion? Doesn't sort of the general legal blanket already cover this?
Well, that's also, I'll repeat it. So the question was, why do we need new legislation, like the proposal for the AI regulation in Europe context? Because we do have existing laws that also apply to algorithms. Well, I think I'm a legal sociologist by training, and the law is always behind societal developments. So, and one of the issues is, you could even say, in a perfect world, why do we need anti-discrimination law if we have human rights or if we have a constitution? But one of the ways that, for instance, this anti-discrimination law in 1994 was introduced because the government or the lawmaker realized that this was not enough, that we needed more specific protection. Now, the Netherlands Human Rights Institute doesn't have an opinion about whether or not there should be an artificial intelligence legal proposal. We see it as just a reality of society. But once it's there, we feel that it should include these kind of issues, such as transparency, or that different stakeholders other than the industry should be included. Now, my educated guess, but I'm sure there are experts here in the room or maybe online who are more into this AE proposal, is that the European Union finds it increasingly difficult to regulate these issues on a national level, because technology is not something that sticks with state borders. So they want a joint perspective on how that should be regulated, just like that is the case for discrimination. In the European Union law, we do have some agreements that when you're in Lithuania or in France or in the Netherlands, discrimination is seen similarly. And this is quite important, because what are we actually talking about then? So that would be my educated guess why we need AI regulation, because it's becoming such a dominant force in our society. And we have the idea that regulation is the most powerful way to deal with it. On the other hand, you could say the perspective should be more on AE by design, that we should include certain standards when you are designing technology rather than legislating it afterwards. It's a very big issue. We don't have an opinion about it. We just see it as a development what we should also try to have human rights perspective in. What's your idea? Because your question.
No, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know about the legal arguments. But I was really wondering whether there's a legal argument that this situation is not covered by the existing law.
It's my colleague Christiaan.
If I can add to what Quirine already said, an important part of it is as well that current anti-discrimination law always looks when the discriminatory action already has taken place. And the big differences between the current law and the new AI regulation by the EU is that it requires in advance that your system has certain precautions in place. Because it's so hard to check afterwards whether an algorithm was not biased, the EU regulation basically requires of algorithm makers to make sure that in advance, so the non-discrimination by design that Quirine already mentioned has exactly happened.
Thank you. There's time for one more question. You had a question, right?
Yeah, thanks for the talk. There's a political debate in my country about having calls in the housing market to check for discrimination based on race and religion. Do you see that as a possible solution for AI models in the job market? Maybe not with calls, but maybe a standardized data set on which needs to be tested?
It could be. So the question is the comparison between HR recruitment and in your country, which is your country?
Belgium.
Belgium. In Belgium, the talk about access to housing. It could be. It is. We get complaints about these issues all the time, and it's actually about access to basic services, a job, a house, etc. It could be a solution. I'm always a bit careful that to say, well, it's in Belgium like this, so we should apply it, let's say, in the Netherlands. But we could certainly learn from what does work, because it's sometimes always tiring to point that this doesn't work, this doesn't work. One of the things that I would really want is that we at least create more awareness about what is exactly happening, because to be honest, we don't know. We assume that it's happening, but sometimes it's very difficult to prove. And in the context of Belgium, I don't know. In the Netherlands, there are certain similar debates. And you could also say, well, it is to do with certain people who have had generations in the Netherlands with their parents having who are wealthier can help them to buy a house, whereas people who start themselves don't have these advantages. So it's about legislation. It's a political decision. We don't engage in politics, but you can certainly learn from the best practices and correct for it. But you always have to be very careful on what you are correcting, because there are many assumptions that there could be other reasons. But I would love to hear from it, because I think all good examples could be shared. And this issue doesn't just apply in HR recruitment or selection. It's basically about access to all sorts of basic services, on which housing is one. Yeah, a good example.
Okay. Thank you very much for all of your thoughtful answers and all the questions that were asked online in the room.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for your keynote as well. Let's give Quirine a hand again.
Thank you.
So I'll make sure that the publication that she mentioned will be added to the workshop website, to her keynote page, so people can download that if they're interested. I think it's time to move on to the next session.
Hi, welcome everyone. The last time I checked, we had almost 60 participants online, and we have a lot of participants here physically, which is good. After a great keynote and a Q&A discussion, now we can move to our first paper session. We will have two papers in this session. The first one will be presented by Yoosof Mashayekhi. Hopefully I pronounce it correctly. And the title of the paper is Quantifying and Reducing Imbalance in Networks.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Yoosof Mashayekhi. I'm a PhD student at Ghent University, and today I'm going to present our work about quantifying and reducing imbalance in networks. So at first, I'm gonna talk about the introduction and the motivation of our work. Next, we see how we model the job market as a network and how we use network embedding to quantify the imbalance. After that, I'm going to discuss the problem statement in network terms and our solution to imbalance quantification and reduction problems. Finally, we see the evaluation of our work, the summary, and the future work. So I'm going to start with an example of a job market. So in a job market, imagine a situation where there are a lot of vacancies related to a specific skill, such as Java, but few job seekers with that skill. On the other hand, we might have few vacancies related to another skill, such as Python, but a lot of Python programmers seeking for a job. So here is a clear imbalance in the job market. One way to solve this issue is to select a bunch of Python programmers, teach them, train them another skill such as Java, so they could fill the available positions. So the first question is how to quantify such an imbalance in the job market, and which job seekers do we select for retraining? To address those problems, we model the job market as a network with 3 sets of nodes: job seekers, vacancies, and skills. Job seekers are connected to the skills they have and to the vacancies they are interested. And vacancies are also connected to the skills they require and their potential applicants. We're also going to use network embedding to map the nodes into an embedding space where the connected nodes are closer to each other. And we're going to use the network embedding in quantifying the imbalance. So now we're going to formalize the problem in network terms. So in a network, imagine we have 3 sets of nodes, S, T, and U. The first problem is how to quantify imbalance between S and T. In job market, it is how to quantify imbalance between job seekers and vacancies. The second problem is how to reduce the imbalance between S and T by adding k-links between the other sets, S and U. In job market, it is which job seekers do we have to choose and which skills to teach them to reduce the imbalance between job seekers and vacancies. So in the job market, the ideal situation is where we have a complete matching between job seekers and vacancies. So we're going to use the minimum cost of getting that matching between the 2 sets S and T as the imbalance measure. And for the cost of matching a node pair, we're going to use their distance in the embedding space. The intuition behind that is, for example, if a job seeker and a vacancy, they have a lot of skills in common, they will be closer to each other in the embedding space, and the cost of matching them would be low, which is what we want. So the imbalance could be computed using this linear program provided here. So the second problem is to reduce the imbalance by adding links to the network. Adding links to the network would change the structure of the network and also the embedding of the network. And since we're using the distance of nodes in the embedding space to compute the imbalance, it would also change the imbalance. Our goal is to carefully select the links that are going to be added to the network in a way that it reduces the imbalance optimally. The exact solution would be to select every possible K links between sets S and U. We add them to the network, we re-embed the whole network and recompute the imbalance measure. And we do it for every possible K links and finally select the best one, which is of course infeasible. So here is our approach. So in the left figure, there's a sample job market. The blue nodes are job seekers, the red ones are vacancies, and the green ones are skills. So each job seeker should be matched with one vacancy. S3, I don't know if you can see them, but S3 and T1 are close to each other, so they will be matched together. And S2 and S1 and S2 should be matched with T2 and T3 at the top. Which are far away, so the imbalance would be high in this case. So one way to solve it is to move the job seekers towards the area that the vacancies are. And we can do it by adding links between the job seekers and skill A3. And the result is shown in the right figure. So to do that, we introduce a local imbalance measure which computes the difference of the density of vacancies and the density of job seekers at any point in the embedding space. And we compute it by taking the log of the density of vacancies over the density of job seekers. So the idea is to move job seekers from areas with low local imbalance to areas with higher local imbalance. We introduce a link utility measure, which computes how much adding a link between a job seeker and a skill would move that job seeker to a better area, to an area with higher local imbalance. And we do it by computing the first order approximation. So finally, we can introduce our method grab, as it's for graph balancing. It has three components. First, we select the links in a greedy approach. We select the links with highest link utility. The problem is that in computing the link utility, we assume that the rest of the network remains the same, which is not true because we are adding multiple links at the same time. So one way to solve it is to add links one by one to the network. And after adding each link to the network, we have to re-embed the whole network, which is computationally costly. So our approach is to add links in several batches to the network. The other problem is that at the end, we are using an approximation, so it might have some errors. To reduce those errors, we're going to use a post-hoc filtering. So in each batch, we add more links than needed, and we finally select the links that actually help the job seekers to move to a better position. This is the result of our work. We evaluated our method on 3 datasets, including a job market network, and we used conditional network embedding as the embedding method with dimension 2 and 4. Our method grab outperforms the baselines in all datasets, and its running time is almost the same or even lower than some of the baselines in the datasets. In summary, we quantified imbalance in a network based on the embedding of the network. We proposed a method to add links to the network to reduce the imbalance. And we conducted several experiments to show the performance of grab. In future, we want to investigate computing imbalance based on different measures, such as link probability. We can also consider other problem settings, such as removing links from the network. In a job market, it means that, for example, removing unnecessary skills from job description. So the job description would be exposed to more job seekers and receive more applications. We also want to investigate the benefit of adding new links for individual nodes, which is, for example, recommending new skills to job seekers to help them to increase their chance of employment. Our code is available, it's in Python, and thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you, Yoosof. So we have time for questions. Is there any questions from the audience here? Yeah.
Thanks for the talk. I got a question around the links. Have you considered that some links weight different than others? For example, it might be easier to learn, I don't know, Python and Java, but much more difficult to do a PhD. So, right? I mean,
yeah, that's a really good idea. So in this work, we didn't consider that. So acquiring different skills are the same, but we can consider that, and we can actually use their distance in the embedding space as the cost of acquiring the skills. If the skill is far away, it means that it takes more time to learn the skill.
So we have another question.
Kind of thanks for the good talk. Kind of tying back to the previous to the keynote. So you talk about embeddings of skills and job seekers. How do you see, let's say, the need for explainability and transparency when these embeddings are more complicated than simply a set of skills, like a sparse encoding?
Actually, I haven't considered that. I'm not sure.
Maybe more a clarification question is, how do you encode the skill embedding? Like, how do you calculate these representations in your work?
So, for example, I give an example. For example, if you do know Python. So you will be close to Python skill in the embedding space, but you will also be closer to Python libraries such as NumPy and Pandas. So it's how we encode the nodes in the skills and job seekers in the embedding space. If that's the answer to the question.
Yeah, thank you. We have an online question. It's saying that what is the policy used to pick the node to move?
Could you repeat that?
What is the policy used to pick the node to move?
Okay, so we introduced a link utility that computes which skill by adding any skill to the job seeker, in which direction does the job seeker move, and we can compute how the density of the vacancies and job seekers will be in that position. So that's the policy we're going to take to add the best skill to move the job seeker to a better position.
Yeah, thank you. I think we have time for one more question. We don't have any online. Is there any questions here? So I have a question myself. So at the beginning of your talk, it was seeming like maybe your approach can be applicable for fairness scenarios, right? Because there's a network imbalance. Did you kind of motivate your work in the paper, or are you planning to kind of apply the solution to fairness problems?
Actually, I didn't consider that, but during the keynote, I was thinking maybe if the work would recommend fair recommendations, and to improve that, I was thinking maybe we could use a fair embedding, network embedding method to generate better, more fair recommendations.
Okay, thanks a lot. Thank you again for your talk. Now. We can move to the second talk of this paper session, which will be presented by Toine Bogers, and the title of the paper is An Exploration of the Information-Seeking Behavior of Recruiters.
Yes. Yeah. Hi again, everyone. What I'd like to talk about these next 10 minutes is an exploratory study of how recruiters search for relevant candidates. So recruitment involves identifying and shortlisting relevant candidates based on what they've learned, what they know, what they can do, and what they're interested in. And it's certainly gotten faster and easier with the advent of online job portals, because it makes collecting digital CVs faster and easier. But assessing these can still be a slow and manual process. This is also why we see so many papers at the workshop about this automatic matching, right? Can we make this more quickly? The other issue is that the design and development of these recruitment systems isn't always based on solid research, user research. Now, we're in a project with Job Index, which is Scandinavia's biggest job portal. And what we'd like to do is address sort of these problems, this manual assessment. So Job Index, like I said, it's Scandinavia's biggest job portal. It's aimed both at job seekers and employers. Job seekers can upload their CV, they can search for relevant jobs, and they can sign up for job alerts, which are sort of automatic recommendations that they get once a week for relevant jobs. And employers can add their jobs to this database. They can pay for increased visibility. So if people search for a job, then their job will pop up higher. And they can get help with recruiting. And then how much help they get depends obviously on how much they pay, right? So if they pay a small fee, they get so-called matching, which means that a recruiter will spend an hour on trying to identify about 20 to 25 relevant candidates, because experience has shown that about 10% of them will reply positively and will sort of contact the employer for this job. And if they pay more, then they'll do recruitment 3 to 4 hours. And if they pay even more, then they'll also go into the screening and everything. Now, these recruiters, they go through different stages. They start with the job posting first. They analyze this. Then they will search for relevant candidates in the 4 search boxes at the top. They will maybe use some filters to adjust their search results. Then they will look at the search results. They will shortlist relevant candidates, and then they will contact them in the end. So this is sort of the general phases that they go through. Now, what I'd like to present to you here are some findings from an exploratory study on their information-seeking behavior. So how do they search? Which features of this search engine do they use? What kind of considerations do they have when they decide which candidate is relevant and which candidate is not relevant? So that's the sort of the immediate goal, right? Understanding how they do their work. And our ultimate goal in this project is then to design better matching algorithms to support them in their daily tasks. Now, we used a qualitative method called contextual inquiry for this. You can think of this sort of as a mixture between interviews and observation. So you don't necessarily go to a person with a whole laundry list of questions, right? But instead, you ask them to show you how things are done. It's more of a master-apprentice relationship. You do a work-based interview. They do a live demonstration in this case of 1 to 2 new job postings, and then you have a predefined focus instead of a whole list of questions. So they explain to you how they do their job. We had 5 recruiters, different levels of experience, different primary tasks. Some of them did more of this matching, some of them did more of this recruiting, and they were also from different industry sectors. Now, what do we find in this exploratory study? So when they start and they analyze the job postings that they're supposed to work with, for obvious reasons, they will extract the job title, right? This is important for them. They will also look at the qualifications. And many of these job postings have long lists of all the qualifications that are necessary. So what they will do is they also spend a lot of time in separating what are the primary and the secondary qualifications, what is must-have, what is nice to have. And here we found that domain knowledge and experience is really important for them to know how to separate this. The younger recruiters had a harder time figuring out which of these skills were important and which of these skills maybe were less important. Now, once they're done with this, right, they move on to the search engine, and this is populated with an initial results list. This is based on the location, which is automatically assigned to a job posting, and an automatically assigned job category. They have a machine learning classifier, I think a support vector machine classifier, that automatically assigns a job category. And this gives them a general idea of how difficult this task is going to be. Typically, they aim for like 50 to 150 search results, because then they know, okay, well, then we can get to these 20 to 25 people that we'd like to contact. If they have too few results, then they show divergent behavior. So they'll remove some of these pre-filled fields. They'll use a wildcard operator. If they have too many results, then they'll converge by adding more specific keywords or more job titles, for instance. Now, when they start the searching and filtering, they will typically write keywords related to the primary knowledge and skills and abilities. But they will also look at the search results. So sometimes they'll find that a job seeker will describe in their CV their skills in a certain way, but they're not described in the same way as in the job posting. So there's a vocabulary gap, which also suggests that embeddings, which are a very popular technique if you look at the workshop papers, those would be a good way of dealing with this vocabulary problem. They tend to start with quick and dirty searches first, and then they start using more advanced search operators like Boolean, phrase, and wildcard operators. Location is something that's automatically extracted. It's rarely changed or removed. Job titles is something some of them use mostly as inspiration to get a feel for what other job titles could be relevant. But in the job index system, if you add your CV, you can add aspirational job titles as well. So what would I like to be in the future? Which means that these matches based on these job titles, they're not really trusted by the recruiters, right? Because I could write there that I want to be Queen of England, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I have the qualifications to be Queen of England. And job categories, these are automatically assigned based on the job posting text. The recruiters, this is a new feature and they don't really trust it yet. So usually if they want to find more results, that's the first thing that they'll remove. Then they can filter. We have different filters available in the system: education level, work experience, management experience, salary level as well, language skills, and the type of employment that people are looking for. Salary is quite popular. A lot of the recruiters will use salary. For instance, they will set a max salary range to weed out the overqualified people, or a minimum salary range to weed out underqualified people. And here experience plays a big role for these recruiters to know where should I set this boundary. But if they don't, the younger recruiters can draw on a big database of all different sort of average, what is the average pay in this sector for this type of job. So they can figure this out like that as well. The other recruiters that don't use salary, they will typically look at work and management experience directly and do this in the same way. The other filters are not that common, only if they're explicitly required by the job posting. Now, when they do these searches, right, and this filtering, then they will have to assess the results. You can see an example of one of these representations here, sort of a summary, rich summary snippet, right, of a CV. Their search term highlighting, so it makes it easier for them to spot where the terms are matching. And this is definitely something they use as well. And they will typically look for the primary qualifications. And they will look for them also in relationship to the most recent jobs. So they can click on the name of this person. In this case, it says experienced supply chain management professional. If you click on that, you get a more detailed view. And you can look at the most recent experience. And they will really look for the 1 to 3 most recent jobs of the last 5 years, and make sure that those jobs are linked to these primary qualifications. So if you had these qualifications 15 years ago in a job, they will not include you. Education level is not really used in assessment unless it was required, because many of them said, you know what, you can acquire a lot of these skills and a lot of these abilities on the job as well. So even if you don't have the right degree, it's not necessarily that important. And then finally, they send contact messages. they're all going to send a message with sort of an opening, right? Hey, we have this job here available. We think this would be relevant for you, given your CV. They are all sent the same message, so there's no personalization taking place. So every one of these 20 to 25 people gets the same message. They use templates. So they've developed templates to send this. Some of the older recruiters have their own templates that they swear by, but also they don't really spend the time on personalizing. They know that this will increase the match rate, the response rate, but there's simply no time for them to do this. So they're all really interested in automatic personalization, which of these messages, which is a part of the project as well. But they definitely want to stay in the loop in this. And they also, all of them said, you know what, it's really important that job seekers feel that they were contacted by a person and not by a bot. So even with these templates, they will maybe change the phrasing a little bit so it doesn't look like the same message every single time. Now, I've sort of raced through our findings here, right? There's a lot more in the paper, but sort of the main findings are that it's important for them to separate these different qualifications, and that location and salary and experience are really important in assessing the relevance of these candidates. For future work, we'd like to interview additional recruiters. And I think maybe many of us are sort of inspired by this talk, right? I'll definitely try to add a question about whether they're aware of their biases, for instance, right? And whether they think about sort of gender balance when they compose these short lists in the future, because I think that'd be interesting to look at. We also have the search logs. So we want to contrast it with the search logs. Is what they say also what they do in the long run, right? And the ultimate goal is to improve the matching algorithm. So to provide good matches, but also enable them to contact more candidates in less time. Okay, so that was my ultra brief summary of these contextual inquiries. Are there any questions?
Yeah, thanks for the talk. Any questions here? Yeah.
If you maybe looked at the consistency between primary and secondary requirements for different jobs.
In what way do you mean?
Let's say that you're searching for a software developer, then you have different candidates which select something as a primary skill and a secondary skill. Oh, yeah. Do they select the same skills as primary and secondary?
No, this is also a follow-up thing, right? Where we want to look at, well, how do they actually make this distinction? And can we train a classifier to automatically determine, well, for this industry sector, this is a primary skill. For this one, it's a nice to have. It's a very good question. We haven't looked at it yet, but that's definitely one of the next steps.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions here? We have an online question from Nava Tintarev. She's saying, like, I was wondering if you would see any value in constraint relaxation, for example, with respect to location.
So this is something we asked as well, right? Is this location filter, is this holy? Can we not touch this? And many of the recruiters said, well, if we don't have to, we won't touch it, right? Because people are really picky about not having to travel too far. And they've spent a lot of time on optimizing the locations that have been added. So it's not just, they can use a radius, right? But they also know all the municipalities that are sort of close in terms of travel distance. That said, it depends on the job a little bit. The higher paying jobs, people are probably more willing to move maybe for a job. So if this is a high level management position, they are more willing to relax this to make sure that they get all the right candidates. But this is typically for the higher paying recruiting jobs that they have.
Yeah, we have another online question. Can these filters be fully automated by some algorithms?
I hope so. This is what we're trying to do in the project. That's a good question, and I don't have the answer yet, but we are definitely trying to figure out, well, how can we determine the optimal values, for instance, for salary or for management experience for a particular, or work experience for a particular field, because this is something that is tacit knowledge for these recruiters, right? This is something they've over time learned. The senior ones, they don't have to look it up. They just immediately say, yeah, that's about 30,000 kroners or 40,000 kroners. And we were sitting there as like, okay, how do you know this? But this is definitely something we want to try to automate as well.
Yeah. So we have time for other questions.
Yeah, I was wondering if you studied the other side of the problem, like the behavior of seeker of the jobs, and if what's important for them, like if it's more important the salary, the location, as you were saying, and and somehow if you can match, the recruiters and the seekers on the other side.
Yeah, thanks. That's a really good question. So we haven't done that yet. There's a long list of things that we'd like to do. I know you've worked a little bit on this as well, right? On the analysis of job seeker logs. So we also have those logs, and we also plan on interviewing companies, for instance, and also job seekers. But because a big focus of this project is to support these recruiters, we thought let's start with mapping their behavior first. But definitely that would be really interesting. Also seeing in terms of vocabulary. The other thing we want to do is look at which skills do job seekers mention, which skills are in the job postings, and is there an overlap there? Are they communicating in different ways about their skills, for instance? Because we have these search logs.
I think we have time for 2 more questions. I will take one here, and there's another online.
It's a one short one about the location that, just to make sure that I understand. You said that they kind of fine-tune the location per role, per position. Is that algorithmically done, or each person will fine-tune it because they know, I don't know, high-paying job?
So the way they do it, it depends a bit on what's in the job posting. So if the job posting has a specific office and they know the address, then they can add exactly, okay, this is the address, and everyone who lives within a radius of this many kilometers is used. But they also attach all the different municipalities, for instance, that fall within this radius, because sometimes it's easy enough, even if you just fall outside of it. If you live in the same municipality, you might still consider driving to the neighboring one. So this is not dynamically determined by different jobs. But that's another thing that we might want to look at, right? Is do we see that they, for certain types of jobs, that they drop the location filter? That might be an interesting piece of information. Yeah.
Thank you. One last question. So how much are success rate of getting positive reply from job candidates when recruiters send messages? Is there room for improvement?
I hope so, because that's the goal of the project. But I think it's already difficult enough to match what recruiters are doing, right? Because they have a lot of experience in this. So I think another big focus, like I said, here as well, is, too fast. At the bottom right, it's also not just about providing good matches, because it's a recruiter in the loop kind of problem, right? They always have the end responsibility in making these decisions, but we also want to just make it possible for them to contact more candidates in less time. So that's another big focus, basically.
Thanks a lot. This is the end of our first paper session. We will have a half an hour coffee break, and we will be back at 11:30 Central European Summer Time. Thank you.
So hi everyone, sorry for the delay. I'm Mesut Kaya. Today I'll be presenting our paper titled Effectiveness of Job Title-Based Embeddings on Résumé-to-Job Recommendation. This is the overview of my talk today. I will first introduce the job match problem, then I will give you a little bit background about this problem. Then I will try to motivate how job titles can be used as part of solving this problem. I will explain our approach briefly. Then I will give some experimental results. Then finally, I will conclude my presentation by talking about some limitations and future work. So first of all, what is job match problem? Usually in job recommendations, we have job postings and resumes, right? So the idea is by using either structured or unstructured data set provided by this, creating like a matching degree between them and either recommending resumes to job postings or the other way around. And recently, a lot of different embedding techniques has been applied to solve this task, but mostly the research papers were focusing on recommending job posting to given resumes. So for these embeddings, either full text description has been used, or as the case of the previous talk, like first skills, abilities, and requirements are extracted, but again, represented as embeddings, and then the matching degree between the job postings and resumes has been computed to recommend relevant job postings or resumes. So in this paper, we are focusing on talent search, which is the task of recruiters. Given a new job posting, they usually go through a pool of CVs and try to find the best matching candidates for this job. And this is referred as talent search. So as I explained, embedding techniques have been quite used a lot recently, and usually full text description or skills has been used. So in this paper, we try to ask us this question: can we use job title only to represent job postings and resumes as embeddings compared by using full text description? And the motivation for this was job title information is available in both resumes and job postings. I mean, there may be some language differences between them, but still it's common in both of them. And according to Bernard et al., with some experience, recruiters can match job seekers with job postings by only considering job titles. And by according to Zhang et al., proper job title information can provide guidance for both job seekers and recruiters. So this motivated us to kind of look for the job title-based embeddings only. So like I said, the idea is to compare embeddings based solely on job titles to embeddings of full text descriptions of resumes and job postings. So in our approach, we have job postings, we have resumes, right? We can describe them as textual data source, which is just like a set of tokens. I mean, this can be like the full text description or job title information only, or even maybe if we can extract skills, abilities, requirements, it can be this set, right? And then we also have interaction data set. So there's the user interaction data and item interaction data. In our case, users are job postings, and the interaction data is the set of resumes that's historically positively interacted with this job posting, and it is the other way around for the items. And then we assume that we have embedding models. I will talk about the different models we used in the next slide. So we provide the textual data source from job postings and resumes together or without this interaction data to the embedding model. And in the end, we represent both job postings and resumes as embeddings. So like I said, in this work, we are focusing on two different textual data, just job titles or full text descriptions. And for the embedding models, we use three different models. We use a pre-trained word-to-vec embedding models, which is based on Danish because our data set is coming from Danish. I will explain it later. And then we also trained our own word-to-vec model on the domain data. And we also tried doc-to-vec model on the job data. And we use different recommendation models. So the recommendation is task usually given a reference embedding vector to find top and similar resumes based on their cosine similarity. So we look at the three approaches. The first one is a cold start scenario where we assume that we don't have any interaction data at all. Basically, we just look at the textual data and we feed them to the embedding model, and then we create their representation, and then compute the cosine distance between them and make the recommendation task. But for the other case, we look at the user history and item history. For the user history, the idea is for a given user, its representation is the average of item embeddings in its set of previously interacted set of items. So what does it mean? We don't use the job posting textual data in this case to create representations. So all user and item representations are based on the item embeddings in this case. And it is the other way around for item history model. And like I explained, the recommendation task is giving the reference vector to find the top and similar vectors among item vectors in this case. So our data set is coming from job index, which in the previous session explained by Toine, right? So the idea is recruiters are searching for relevant candidates in this case. And what we did after pre-processing, we ended up with 45K job postings as users and around 100K resumes and 300K positive interaction. This is a quite sparse data set. And I need to note that in this work, we are only focusing on positive interactions because usually recruiters, after sending an email to a job seeker, they can reply either positively or negatively. So in this work, we are not considering the effect of negative replies yet, but this is definitely a future work that we are planning to look at. And the data is like both in Danish and English. What we did was basically, since English was as in a smaller proportion compared with Danish, we used a publicly available API to translate it into Danish in this case. We didn't use multilingual like embedding models yet. And
I will just summarize the results here. There's a huge table in the paper, so I didn't want to put everything here, right? Just give you the main ideas that we have found. What we did, the main question of the job titles. So we find out that embeddings computed based on job titles only usually outperforms embeddings computed based on the full text description, which kind of say that even like with the really small amount of textual data, we can have valuable information by using the embeddings in this case. And we find out that maybe as expected, training our own word-to-vec model embeddings on the textual data of job postings improves recommendations performance over using generic pre-trained embedding, which use like the wiki data, right? And then for the embeddings based on job titles only, we look at the effect of what happens if we use word-to-vec model and doc-to-vec model. And we find out that for most of the, almost all cases, using word-to-vec performs better. And we believe that the reason for this is since job title informations contains a small amount of textual data compared like full text description, right? But doc-to-vec models are kind of better working for like documents which contains a lot of more tokens in this case. And finally, we find out that recommender models that use the interaction data mostly outperforms the models that do not use it. I mean, this is kind of expected, right? Because we have more powerful signal. But I would like to note that in real world scenario, which recruiters are performing the task, it is the cold start task that they are performing because a new job posting is arrived. No resume owner has interacted with the data set, and we only have the textual data from the job posting and possible pool of resumes. So we need to kind of focus more on the cold start scenario for this talent search task. Of course, there are some limitations because this was like a preliminary work for us. So the first thing that we are aware that job title information only will not be enough for most of the cases, right? For example, consider a scenario that we have two different industries. Imagine that the job title is project manager and one industry is in finance, one is in IT. So two different resumes will have the same matching degree for a given job posting. And this is not what we want, actually. So we are aware of that. And another limitation is we use like translation API for multilinguality. We are not sure how accurate is the translation in this case, right? We just depend on this API. And for the future work, talking about multilinguality, we are planning to, of course, use alternative embedding models, which are like more state-of-the-art approaches like BERT-based multi-language models, right? And then, of course, as in the previous talk, my colleague mentioned about like skills, other kind of data sources that we can feed to these embeddings, right? We are planning to use job title data together with maybe extracted skills, ability requirements. And this is the end of my talk. Thanks for your attention. And if you have any question, I would like to answer them.
Thank you very much, Mesut. Are there any questions? Yes, over there.
Hi, thanks for the talk. So one of the conclusions was that the embeddings based on title alone outperforms embeddings computed on the descriptions. There might be many reasons for that. Did you also look at where the matching on description actually performed better? I can imagine that if you have a title like project manager, then I hope that if you look at the description, it will discriminate.
Yeah, so this is like an idea to do sub-analysis, right? Not just give the average results. In this paper, we didn't do that, but there is the comparison of several different models and the different data source used. For one specific cases, when we have interaction data, we find out that using full text description performs better. And when we kind of compute the embeddings based on only job posting data, which means like using the item interaction, right? So resumes are being represented by using
the embeddings of job posting they have previously interacted with. So there are, yes, cases that by using full text description, we see better performance, but generally using job title information was providing us better or competitive results by using full text description.
Another simple and technical question. You said that for job description, each job description got only one title, but in a CV, I got many titles because I have many experience.
Yeah. That's true. In our case, that's the case as well. For job posting, there's a single job title, but for resumes, especially in job index, there are previously, I mean, if you work previously, the job titles of each position, and there are some set of job titles that the user is interested in. So maybe this can be another limitation. What we do, we basically take the average of the vectors. Maybe this is not like, the best solution yet, but this was like the first thing that we have tried, but we are aware of this. You are completely right. So in the CVs, you can have more than 10 different job titles, but usually they were kind of semantically really close to each other. So, I mean, it depends on your career path, of course, but yeah.
Let's take a question from online. Nava asks what the gold standard was again, and whether the fact that this works well maybe means that these recruiters really rely very strongly on job titles themselves when assessing whether a candidate is relevant or not.
Yeah, that's a good question. So, I mean, if I guess Nava was part of the first paper session, right, where you were explaining the behavior of the recruiters in this case, and they kind of provided the information that one of the data sources that they are using is job title information. So that is why maybe in our specific case, since the recruiters are already using this information and the data set that is coming from the interaction data is kind of biased towards the recruiter's behavior, right? That's why maybe job title information can provide so good results. But for the gold standard, I mean, to be honest, I don't have an answer for it. What will be the gold standard for it, right?
Mm-hmm. There's time for one quick question. And there's one online here. Whether you tried comparing the performance, Gregory asks whether you tried performing the, Gregory asks whether you tried comparing the performance of embeddings trained on words2vec for job title and doc2vec for resume.
No, we didn't do that, but it can be done. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's thank the speaker again. Now it's time for the third and last talk in this paper session by Dor from Randstad. Dor is going to present another approach to using embeddings to match jobs and resumes together.
Innovative, right?
If you could connect his laptop.
Okay, so thank you everyone. Thank you everyone for joining. My name is Dor Lavi. I'm from Randstad, and I'm going to explain how we match jobs and candidates in Randstad. And this work was done together with Volodymyr Bedenci, sorry for mispronouncing your name, Vova, and David Kraus. This talk is very similar. I don't know if some of you were part of in the main track. It will be very similar. I try to adjust it a bit to this audience, but those who did not participate in the other one, so you'll have the ability to see it now. Those that did participate, pay attention to the small details that I changed. Anyway, I'm going to start with who is Randstad and what we're doing, and talk about the goal, which is to match, and talk about our solution, and then evaluate the results. So who are we? We are Randstad. We are a global HR company that employ lots of people worldwide. We operate in 38 different markets across the globe, and in most of them we are in the top 3. And we have many services in Randstad, but the main one is to match between talents, and clients. Clients are companies that are looking for people, and talents are people looking for jobs. And the way we do it is that we have two types of data. We have the talent data, right, which is got first and foremost the CV, which is then being parsed into text. And then we have a bunch of structured data. And the structured data can be where the person lives, what kind of languages they speak, etc. Then we have the second type of data, which is the vacancy data. And that consists the comparable structured data, which is where the position is located, for example. But more importantly, we have the job description, right, that describe the job itself. All the data is being transformed into features, very high level speaking, and then all of that is being used as input to different recommendation system in Randstad. So this is a very high level overview of what we do. The focus of today is actually those two parts, the embeddings, and actually without even noticing, we just formulated our goal for today, which is how to create meaningful numerical representation of our text. And let's start with our challenges achieving that. So we have mainly three types of challenges. The first one is that CV are user-generated PDF, which means that inherently very, very, very noisy. On the other side, job description are quite structured and much more fun to work with. The second part is that our two pieces of text are complementary pieces of text. And contrary to most literature out there, where usually a comparison is being done on similar semantic pieces of text, here we have a complementary one. And the third challenge, as was mentioned in the previous presentation, is multilinguality. And because we operate in so many markets, we just cannot afford to train a model per language. And even if we could, if we take, for example, the Dutch market, many of the job descriptions are in Dutch, but some of the CVs are in English. And in order to find the best match, we need to go over all around them, right? We don't want to take only the Dutch one. And it's also to mitigate discrimination, because we know that certain people will publish their CV in English, namely people that are not originally from Netherlands. For example, if we stick with the Dutch example. Let's jump into our solution and start with the data set that we got. So we leverage our valuable information as a 60-year-old corporate and talked with our business stakeholder, and we identified two types of signals. The first one is the positive signal, which is any kind of interaction between a consultant and a talent. It can be a job offer, it can be a phone call, an interview, whatever you name it. That's considered as a positive signal. On the other side, we got the negative signal, which is the lack of that interaction, right? So if the consultant looked at that profile and decided to reject. Next, in order to properly evaluate our system, we need to create a few baselines. And the first baseline that we created is the most naive that you can think of. It's just taking the CV sorry, we have two types of baseline. The first one is the unsupervised, and then we did the most naive thing that you can think of, which is taking the CV and the job description, feeding them into a TF-IDF, taking the embedding and measuring the cosine similarity between the two. But then we thought maybe we can leverage the much hyped BERT transformer. And then we did exactly the same thing with BERT, and just taking their embedding. By the way, in the slide, you can see that in the TF-IDF, we use in purpose 768 dimension just to be able to compare it to BERT. But even when we increased it, I think 3 times more, the number of dimension to like 2000, it still did not improve the results much. So we did consider to increase it. The second type of baselines is the supervised one. And what we did is pretty much the same thing. We just feed it into a random forest that was trained on the model, on the dataset before. Finally, I would like to show our architecture, which is bioencoder or Siamese kind of a BERT that is fine-tuned. Sorry, so what we do is taking the CV and the job description, putting it into this Siamese network, and then taking the pooling layer and using the embedding, measuring the cosine similarity, and all of that we fine-tuning again on the data set from before. We also try to test many different experiments instead before we got to this one. For example, we tried to use softmax instead of cosine similarity, and we also tried to use CLS token and the last 4 layers instead of the pooling layer. And because BERT is usually trained on sentences, we also try to use sentences instead of documents and words as well. Let's jump into the results. And you can see here that BERT BERT and TF-IDF in the unsupervised version is performing very poorly. It's got 0.53 and 0.57 respectively, which is a bit higher than the 0.5 random rock oak. When we add the random forest, you see that the performance is improving a bit, but it's not comparable to our final one, which is 0.84. And we also measured a bunch of other metrics, but those were kind of a more supportive metrics. The rock oak was the main one. They showed the same picture, so I won't dwell into that. And I got 2 more slides. Do I have more time? Or okay? So two more things to show here is the distribution. So another way to look at the results is to look at the distribution. Here, the blue line is the negative pairs, and the orange one is the positive ones. And you can see in both the left side that the TF-IDF and BERT cannot differentiate almost, there's almost zero differentiation between the positive and the negative pairs. What I would like to show over here is that our last one is the right column over here. So you can see that we have a much better differentiation. And another interesting thing was to see that when we use softmax of the third column, this one is when we used softmax. So you can see that as soon as you kind of remove the softmax layer, because that's what we want to do, because we want to use only the embedding, you can see that again the distribution are almost identical. And then when you add the random forest, it's kind of learn those distributions again. And can I go to this one, or I mean I don't know. Sorry. Okay, I'll try to. So this one is a few examples of looking at CVs and job description. And on the left you can see CVs. On the bottom you have job description. The first one is a logistic person, and the second is education, and the third or fourth are just a translation into Dutch of the same sentences. So. Here you can see the results of TF-IDF, and the reason for the poor performance is because the vocabulary gap between the job description and the CV. And our hope was that BERT will be able to overcome that that vocabulary gap, and which to some extent is true, right? We get here, we have a positive pair between the warehouse and the logistic worker, which is a bit, we get a 0.57. On the other side, we have a 0.49 on the negative pair between a warehouse and a teacher, right? Not to mention that over here, we have a 0.46 between a positive one in Dutch and in English. But here, finally, you can see our architecture, and you can see this nice checkerboard where we're able to have a high score in all the positive pair and lower score in all the negative ones. And with that positive note, I would like to thank you for listening.
Yudor, there's time for 1 or 2 questions. I'll take one online. So if there's a question in the room, yeah.
Hi, about the confusion matrix between the vacancy text in yes. Can you go one back as well? So why not? You said we cannot train a language, a model per language. But if we look at the numbers, then matching English against English works way better than cross-lingual matching. So if you have a majority of Dutch vacancies, CVs, and a minority of, say, English or German, I don't know, translate them to the majority language and then do the matching then? Doesn't that work way better?
So the question is, should we translate to the majority? And the majority is different per market, let's say, right? I mean, if we're in Netherlands, and then it means that you still need a model per language. That's, I mean, if you consider it engineerically, it's just much more complex to maintain as an industry and not as an academy. And I'll say another thing is that it also introduces some kind of more noise into your model and your whole system, right? Because we don't, I mean, unless we train our own translation, but that's another big thing to make. But it does add lots of noise to your system that you're don't know how well it performs. Yeah, so.
Okay, there's a question online from Gregory. What kind of feedback would the model consider if the recruiter received the CV in the portal, but didn't go through the CV because of a high number of applicants that were neither accepted nor rejected?
That's a good question. So what happens if there's too many applicants? So it just don't get not a positive and nor a negative feedback currently. We just get the strong negative, let's say, those that are really were rejected. Yeah, I'm trying to think how it will affect. We were thinking about it, but I think our data set was big enough. Even so yeah. But if Gregory thinks it's introduced some kind of a bias, I'll love to chat about it.
I think it's also similar to what to a discussion in the IR field, right? Like if you have people judge documents, but you can't let them look at every single document. That the ones that are unjudged, they might be relevant. You missed them, and how do you take that into account into the ranking?
Yeah, exactly.
Good. Okay. Thanks a lot again for your talk and your answers.
Thank you.
It's time for the breakout session, and thank you very much for your feedback, because we sent a survey 1 week ago asking for topics that will be interesting for you, for the audience, to discuss in this breakout session. And we have very nice topics. And the main goal is to discuss the relevant issues or challenges in RecSys, in HR. And people online, please don't leave, because we now created breakout groups in Zoom, so you can also join. You can just leave a comments, leave your ideas. We are going to make 3 groups with 3 topics in this room, and also we have another room in the first floor. Yeah, and also we have online 3 different Zoom breakout rooms. We have 20 minutes for discussion, and then after that we have 20 minutes for readouts here, and then we have time for some wrap up. And these are the topics, so please now is to be a bit more dynamic, and please select one of these topics, and you can go with Toine or Mesut into the discussion. So please, if you can select one of the topics. Yeah. So yeah. So who is interested in the topic number 1? Yeah, just come with me. Please come with me. Who's interested in topic number 2? Please follow Mesut. And who is interested in topic number 3? Oh, sorry. Yeah, for topic 3, please follow Toine. Sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, everyone interested in number 3? Or will we go downstairs? So thank you for joining the groups in the breakout. So now it's time to wrap up and have a discussion. So in group 1, maybe it's good if I start. We were talking about, well, all the different things of the transparency in the model, and also about the black box. Like try to look at different like kind of model agnostic methods, and also wondering about who has to check these tools and to check that these tools are working as expected, right? Also, we should need to try to identify the stakeholders, who is in the organization, and how to make this thing transparent enough so people can understand it, and who is responsible between the recruitment organization, and how to be transparent. If something goes wrong, of course, when accountability is important. And also if there are socio-political issues like disclosing information, particularly also when what data we are using and how training data is used, and also how to present this information, like if we have to explain this information, how shall we communicate this information more effective, also in terms of uncertainty and other factors. So if anyone from group 1 has a comment, please, about the transparency and how to communicate better this information. Anyone would like to say something about it? Or anyone in the chat? I cannot check if someone has a question or a comment or wants to say something about the first topic. Maybe the microphone.
Yeah, sure. Like I said, I think in our discussion, we focused almost exclusively on the challenges in this fairness, accountability, and transparency, and not so much on opportunities. I don't think we did that on purpose, but looking back, I think that is what happened. Which is maybe a missed opportunity, but maybe that also highlights that there are quite still some challenges in being able to do this, ensuring fair, accountable, and transparent recommendations.
Okay. Anyone else has a comment or wants to say something about it? Yeah.
Yes. Well, we also talked about transparency and what that means, like you also discussed, and what, for instance, an applicant should be able to understand, and what, for instance, someone else's responsibility is. For instance, what the applicant should be able to understand somehow is why he was refused. He doesn't need to necessarily understand how that decision was made by the machine. If I think back about the last presentation, for instance, with the 10 years of warehouse manager experience, 10 years in education. Well, you were like, if you can design something that can say, well, you were refused because you didn't have 10 years of experience in warehouse managing. Like, I think that already gives a lot of extra transparency to job applicants, to why they were refused. So this is something we discussed as well. We also discussed legal problems. There's also a big, this is not only a data challenge. I want to be clear about that too. Legally speaking, this is also not clear because there are intellectual property challenges. So you can't really be transparent sometimes about the things you make. On the other hand, there's data protection challenges for making fair AI. You essentially sometimes you need that personal data to check whether there was bias. So these challenges we also discussed.
Yeah. Does anyone else would like to say something? I think now we can move on to Mesut.
Thank you. So in the second group, we focused on how to design more inclusive and fair HR tech. And I guess we kind of, there was an intersection with the first group as well. You know, the topics that we kind of move towards. So I will try to summarize them. So specifically for designing more fair HR tech, especially for algorithmic perspective, the first thing that came to mind was to not to use metadata or features like gender or age that are used for filtering or clustering that can cause bias. But then we added that since it is already in the data set, right? Even if we remove these features and we don't use them at all in our solutions, since the data set is already biased, the solution again will somehow learn this, right? We also talk about the different type of recruiters, because not all recruiters are performing their search tasks the same. Some of them are more harsh, you know, they can eliminate some of the candidates more easily than the others. Is it another kind of, you know, unfair situation in HR tech? And how can we solve this, right? Do companies need to, you know, give more, how to say, clear instructions to their recruiters about this kind of biases? And of course, we also discussed that it is really difficult to come with the definition of bias. What is bias? What is unfair? So we have a lot of different definitions and there's no consensus usually. I mean, there's intersection between them, and usually in HR tech as well, it is really difficult to come up with a definition. So this is a challenge. And one interesting topic of discussion was specifically after this COVID pandemic, right? Now, a lot of companies are recruiting remote kind of employees, and we wondered whether this will change, you know, this unfairness situation. Will it kind of inherently resolve it, or will it cause other type of biases? So this was kind of open situation. I mean, like I said, some of the topics are related with the first topic as well, but these were the things that we have discussed. Is there anyone from group 2 that wants to add something to these points, either online or here? No? Then I guess we can move to the third one.
Yeah, so we have a nice... We had a nice discussion about what kind of sort of task this is that we're trying to support, right? I mean, we call this job recommendation, but and it is because it's about making decisions. But there's a very clear search phase where we're trying to find the relevant candidates if we're doing the supporting a recruiter, and then followed by this sort of decision support phase, like how can we assess which candidate is the best. There's not a lot of work yet about how people can make these complex decisions, but we all agree that the goal shouldn't be to automate this, but because these decisions can be so consequential for people, so that the role should be more to design power tools. And I'm borrowing directly Jakub's terminology for this. So the role should be to sort of design power tools for users to help make these decisions. This led us to talking about explainability, that it's important to have good explanations for recruiters, also in light of this new legislation. And we also talked that what is a good explanation for a recruiter is not necessarily the same as a good explanation for a job seeker, because they're interested in different things, there are different scenarios. So one way that Martijn talked about, if giving control to the recruiter could be to increase transparency, to making it clear, okay, if I tweak this slider, or if I change this or turn this on, then this is how this is going to affect these results. We also talked about sort of another characteristic of this task that recruiters have is that they don't have a lot of time, so it's important to help them with that. But that senior recruiters, I think Dor mentioned this, that senior recruiters tend to be more decisive than junior recruiters in saying yes or no, basically, when they're assessing candidates. And one other thing that's related probably to the first topics is that maybe one of these power tools should be making them aware of bias in their shortlist. So if they have a shortlist of 20 participants, maybe if it was completely filled with 50-year-old white males, maybe it should sort of flag and say, hey, are you aware that this is what you should just sort of, what kind of candidates you've just collected? Would you maybe want to consider, or these are some other candidates that fall outside of this profile? And then finally, we talked a bit about sort of trust in this system as well, that not necessarily every recruiter will trust this and want to use these kind of systems. So it's not just about what we develop here and then present in a workshop, but there's also a very big phase of adoption inside a company, and how can we maybe get early adopters on board to be stewards for this kind of technology, and how do we convince people that this is helpful and this can make their job better. I don't know if I rushed through a lot of it. I don't know if I forgot anything important that we talked about. I get a thumbs up from 2 people. That's good. Okay, but this was a very interesting discussion, and I hope that people online also were able to get something out of it.
Thank you very much for participation, and now we just have to close, and now it's time for some lunch, and we would like to see you at 3 p.m. in this room, also online, the same link. So thank you very much.
Welcome to the afternoon session of RecSys in HR. Maybe some of you already joined in the morning session, but for those who are just joining us, I will just go through the introduction slides. My name is Mesut Kaya, and we are organizing this workshop together with Toine Bogers, David Graus, Francisco Gutierrez, and Quirine. So the objective of this workshop is, according to PwC, over 40% of HR functions of international companies use AI applications. And our workshop provides an interactive venue for original research on all aspects of recommender systems or related techniques in all areas of HR, including, but not limited to, recruitment or job recommendation, retention, training and development, performance and career management, talent pool management, and compensation and benefits. So during our reviewing process, we accepted 8 submissions, and every submission has been reviewed by at least 3 PC members, and the proceedings of our workshop soon will be published via workshop proceedings, which will be announced on the RecSys in HR website when it is online. And we would like to thank again to our program committee for reviewing all these papers. And in the morning session, we had a physical session, and this is a virtual session, and the recordings will be available through the workshop website in the weeks after the workshop. So I'm skipping this. This was the morning session. Yeah, coming to our afternoon session. So we have a second keynote about Kaare Danielsen, which is titled, "What Are We Optimizing?" And then we will have a coffee break. And then we will continue with paper session 3, which has 3 more papers, which will be chaired by Francisco. And then after another coffee break, we will have a panel which will be chaired by Toine, which is about challenges of HR tech. And we have 4 panelists for the panel. And for the Q&A, specifically for the afternoon session, please ask your questions in the Zoom chat. And note that for the paper session, all the presentations are pre-recorded, but questions and answers will be live with the presenters. And keynote presentation is 30 minutes. It will be followed by 15 minutes Q&A, and each paper will be a 10 minutes presentation and 5 minutes of Q&A discussion. And then hopefully you will enjoy the second part of the workshop as well. Now we can move to our second keynote. Yeah. Which will be, our keynote speaker is Kaare Danielsen. He is the CEO of and founder of Job Index, which is Scandinavia's largest job portal. And before founding Job Portal in 1996, co-earned his PhD at the computer science department at the University of Copenhagen in 1989. And he has worked as an expert system developer for inference from 1993 to 1996. And during his keynote, he will be telling us about what are we optimizing. Basically, recommender systems are basically optimization problems, but what exactly are we optimizing for and what should we be optimizing for? The simplest solution is not always the best. So now I would like to leave the virtual stage to Paul.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for inviting me. I'm very honored to be inviting to have a keynote presentation at this workshop. And I guess I'm invited because I'm one of the grand old men of AI. I've been working with this for 40 years. So what I would like to do is give an overview of the last 40 years of history and look back on at what are some of the lessons and what have we learned and what have been some of the advantages and also then what should we be doing. I mean, we're basically building optimizers, but what should we be optimizing? And that might not be as simple as it might seem. But basically AI started 40 years ago, and this is a picture of me to prove that I've worked with this for 40 years. My background is in chess programming, and my claim to fame in the chess programming world is that I built the world's best 4K chess program, which is actually still in production. So I think that's probably one of the oldest AI systems which is still in production. Back then we didn't have large computers. I mean, it was quite common to write programs in 4K or a couple of K. Memory size was measured in kilobytes, not megabytes. And we used rule-based AI using programming languages such as Lisp and Prolog and so on. I worked, apart from programming chess, I worked in an AI company called Inference in Los Angeles that did expert systems, which also gave recommendations to humans. For instance, one of our customers was American Express, back then when somebody bought something with a credit card in a shop, they had some humans that had 90 seconds to decide whether they want to approve the purchase or not. And what they were looking for was, of course, fraud. Somebody using the same credit card, which used not to be used a lot and then was suddenly used a lot, that could be a sign of credit card fraud. We built a system for them, which gave recommendations that gave some recommendations to these humans whether they should accept the purchase or not. So, so this was a kind of the systems that was built back in the 80s. And remember that I mean the first supercomputer was from '76, had 8 megabytes of memory, and they were also quite slow. So this was the hardware we had to work with back then. But there was actually quite a lot of things you could do with these fairly small computers and rule-based systems. And in my own field in '97, it was possible to make a chess program that beat the world champion in chess, Kasparov, at the time. And that was made by it is interesting to see how it was done. What IBM did was actually take a fairly simple chess program, well, not that simple, but a regular chess program. And what they did was they created some computer chips which could analyze a chess position in 1 microsecond. So one chip could analyze 1 million chess positions per second. And then they built 250 of those and put them in parallel. So they had a machine that could analyze 250 million chess positions per second. Not with sophisticated rules, but using the speed of the fast hardware. And with that, they were able to create a program that was very good at finding chess combinations and so on, and was able to beat the world championship. But there were limitations to that. When it came to long-range planning and so on, they didn't do very well. And there were clearly some things that humans could do that computers couldn't. They had some kind of intuition and so on. There are also some psychologists that have tried to analyze what distinguishes good chess players from medium chess players, and what they find is that they do exactly the same thing. They analyze around 6 half move ahead and look at the situation and so on. They do exactly the same thing. The only difference is that the experts pick the right move and the amateurs pick the wrong move. So clearly the expert have some kind of pattern recognition that from years of experience helps them make the right decisions. And that was not possible to mimic with the rule-based programming. But 20 years later, it has been possible to solve this problem using machine learning. In 2015, Google made a program called Google AlphaGo, which was able to beat one of the best Go players in the world. And Go is a completely different game than chess. You can only succeed in Go if you have long-term planning, because there are a Go game might consist of several hundred moves, and what happens in the beginning is sometimes only visible after a lot of moves. So pattern recognition and so on is very important in Go. And what Google did, again, one of the lessons of the past and the present is that you should let the computer do the work. Instead of trying to make complicated programs, it's better to make a simple program and then use the computational power of the computer to solve the problem. This is exactly what Google did. They created a Go program which didn't have any rules, or except for the rules of the game, of course. And then they asked the program to play millions of games against itself and optimize itself every time that it lost. So slowly it got better and better, and in the end it was able to beat the world, one of the world's best Go players. And there's a very interesting movie about that on Netflix that I can recommend, which shows that at one point the program makes a move which the human expert thinks is they overlook it completely, but it's clearly the right move. On the other hand, there's also another game where the human player picks a move that the computer overlooks. So there are some differences, but the key is by making using very, very fast hardware and putting up a system where you sort of optimize the program, it's possible to make some systems that are better than the best experts in the field in pattern recognition. That's what we've basically been able to solve in the last 40 years. We've been able to do programs that can optimize and do pattern recognition. This is not me. This is my son. And as you can see, he's a tall, blonde, handsome looking guy. And like all young people, he's on Tinder. But of course, all Danes look like this, or more or less. But like most young people, after high school, he spent a year where he spent half a year working, and then he spent half a year traveling around, and he traveled around in the States. And of course, he continued using Tinder in the States. And but in America, not a lot of people look like this. Apparently, tall, blonde guys are in short demand. So what happened in when he dated in the States was that his Tinder score went up. And when that meant that when he came back to Denmark again, suddenly Tinder started matching him with all kind of models, which was all very fine, except these models didn't want to date him. So we had to wait a bit until his Tinder score adjusted again to a level where he could get some dates. Of course, these models don't know what they missed. I mean, they missed the chance of dating a machine learning student. But that's another story. So, and the point is that Tinder is optimizing the number of dates. They could also optimize other things. Of course, if they optimized, if everybody, if they matched the people that people want to be matched with, then everybody would be matched with models, but that wouldn't give a lot of dates. If you want to have a lot of dates, which is what Tinder wants, you have to match people with people where you actually have a chance of getting a date. They could also be matching or optimizing for other things, for instance, successful relationships or and so on. But of course, a lot of people also use Tinder to get a lot of dates, and so and it's also what they can measure. But it's not a straightforward what they should optimize for and how they should do it. It requires some overall understanding of the problem. And we are in a similar situation in Job Index because we have a project where we want to match jobs, adverts, and candidates. And that's basically the similar problem that Tinder has. We try two different sites and we want to put them together. And again, it's not a trivial problem, what we should do and what we should optimize for. What we want to do as a company is we want to help candidates find a job that they like. And at the same time, we want to help the companies find qualified candidates. And of course, the companies are the ones paying our bills. So, but without our candidates, we wouldn't have a company. So we first and foremost want to help the candidates, but we want to help the candidates find some jobs that they actually have a chance of getting. And we have recently got a project where we have gotten 1 million euros from the Innovation Fund of Denmark that have given us this money for a research project where we try to improve the way that we match job adverts and try to make a better match that we do today using the databases and the knowledge that we have. Again, what we want to do is not make a system that can automate this, but make a system that can do some recommendations to humans. Apart from working as a normal job board, we also do something special in Denmark, which is not done in other job sites in other parts of the world. We have hired some recruitment consultants that do manual matching of the job adverts and the candidates. In other words, what they do is they take some of the adverts from that the customers have difficulty in filling, and we know in advance which adverts will cause problems. Generally, if it's a specialized position or it's an unknown company or a company that is placed in a difficult part of the country where there are not a lot of candidates, then we know that this job will have few applications. And then we try to convince some people to apply for the job by searching in the resume database and writing a mail to them and say, hey, take a look at this job advert. This job advert actually matches your resume. And it's you might not know about the company, but it's actually a small, very interesting company that does some interesting things. Take a look at this advert and send them an application if you're interested. By sending personalized emails like this, we can get people to apply for jobs that they would otherwise not have applied for. In many cases, they have not even looked at the job advert before we send them a mail with it. And we have human recruiting consultants doing this. We've been doing this for 10 years. So we have a database of 100,000 job adverts, which we have matched manually. And we also have data about who did we send this match to and what did they respond back? Did they tell us that they were interested in the position and wanted to apply for the position, or did they tell us that this was a bad match? And by analyzing this data, we want to create a system that can give some recommendation to the human recruiting consultants on which matches they should do, and hopefully also give some automatic generated text to send to these candidates. So this is a project. But the first question, of course, is to find out what should we be optimizing for. What we do today is we look at the job adverts that the candidates click at, and then we try to show them more job adverts that are similar to the job adverts they're clicking for. But of course, if Tinder did this, then everybody would be matched with models, and there wouldn't be a lot of dates. We might not be helping the candidates. We might have we have some candidates that want to get some jobs that they're clearly not qualified for, and by showing them more jobs of the same type or at the same companies, we're just showing them a lot of job adverts that they can't get. What we should do instead is take a look at the job adverts what they're applying for, and then find some similar jobs that they actually have a chance of getting. Of course, we could also look at the other side and say who's paying our bills. The companies are, and then try to optimize for their ad revenue. This is what Google does, and this is what Indeed does. But if we did this, then there would be some very popular companies that didn't have to spend a lot of ad revenue because they had some very popular jobs, and we would actually not show these jobs to the candidates. Instead, we would be showing the jobs where the customers were willing to pay a large amount of money because they had difficulty filling the positions. So this might solve the problems for the customers, but this might not be the right thing for the candidates, because we would sort of be hiding the popular jobs where we didn't have any problems getting clicks, and be highlighting those only those jobs where we have problems. What we should do instead is trying to create the best match. Find jobs for candidates where they actually do have a chance of getting the job, and at the same time find the best candidates for the companies. But what is the value of the match? How do we measure if we have a good match between a job and a candidate? That is not as easy as it might sound. We could, of course, ask whether they invite people for a salary or for a job interview, but what we've come up with after some thinking is that the best estimate for the quality of match is probably if the candidate get a salary increase. If we can find some jobs for the candidates where they get a salary increase, well, then we clearly help the candidates, but we probably also help the companies, because the fact that they are willing to pay a lot for this candidate means that it's a good candidate for them. If we can find some jobs if we can find some candidates that are today in a job where they don't get a lot of salary because they're not using all their qualifications, and find some jobs for them where they can use more of their qualifications, then we not only benefit the candidates, but also the companies and the society as a whole. So what we've come up with is that we should try to increase the value of the society, and we measure that by the salary increases that we are able to generate. And in that way, we find jobs that the candidate wants and that they have a chance of getting. And we also create value for the companies, and therefore they are willing to pay more for the candidates that they got in the previous job. And thereby we also increase the value of the society, because we increase the total amount of salary that the employees get. But again, this is not a simple question, especially not when you have a two-sided problems where you have a limited number of goods. It's easier for Amazon, which have an unlimited number of books that they can print, so they can keep recommending the same books to everybody. We can't do that with the jobs or the candidates. So that was basically my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you, Ko. So I'm checking the Zoom if we have a question. And then we have a question from Luca Cerone or Cherone. Sorry for the mispronunciation. He's telling that what if a candidate is currently unhappy in a high-paid position and is willing to take a pay cut?
Yeah. Again, it's not a simple question, because of course money is not everything, but money is what we can easy to measure. We also have data that we want to bring into the project. We have some data about the quality of the workplace. We have evaluations like Glassdoor. We have candidates evaluate the workplaces and telling something about the culture of the workplace. And we also have, in some cases, a personality test from the candidates telling what kind of personality they are. And we also want to try to match that. But that is more difficult to tell whether we are doing a good job or not. In the end, of course, it's up to the candidates which kind of jobs they want to have. Of course, if somebody wants to have a job that is not paying as well because it makes them happier, because they feel they're doing something important and so on, they should definitely take that job. And we'll try to match that again and take that into consideration in our matching. But in that case, it's very difficult to measure whether we're doing a good job or not.
Yeah. So related to this question, a follow-up is, but wouldn't candidates be encouraged to change jobs more often, making a harm to the companies then?
I guess most the people who are on job index most of them have already decided to change the job. That's at least what we tell our customers. I mean, we are not approaching candidates that have not already indicated they're interested in changing a job. So and so I don't think we are encouraging people to change jobs a lot. I think they would change anyway. Unlike platforms like LinkedIn, where you can contact people who are not interested necessarily in a job and try to lure them with a higher salary.
Yeah, okay. So another question is from Navatintarev. First, thank you for the nice keynote. How can a recruiting platform like yours help maximize support for people who are reskilling? As someone working in AR research, of course, I am aware that lots of people are changing from more traditional jobs to more computer-driven ones.
And yeah, I did let's see. Workforce composition objectives. Let's see here. I didn't quite reskilling. Yeah. That's a good question. It's giving recommendation to people who want to change career and so on is very difficult, and because a lot of times the companies are not interested in. There's a difference between the Danish job market and an American job market. In America, the fit is very important. When I worked in the States and looked for a job, I was very annoyed that people were looking at the fit. And if I said I had, if they looked for people with Oracle expertise, I couldn't tell them that I worked with other databases. What they meant was Oracle expertise, and they didn't care whether I could learn it in 3 months. In Denmark, where the number of candidates are smaller, and it's easier to convince the employer to hire somebody that needs 3 months of training. Also, people don't change jobs as often. People usually stay in the same job for 3 or 4 years, when in the States they change jobs every 2 years. But it's difficult to do with AI, because what we can easily do with AI is look at the qualifications in the resume and the requirements in the job adverts and see if we can match those. If it's more difficult if people want to have a job where they need other skills and so on. And it's in general difficult to help these people. What we recommend is that they contact the employers directly and talk with them instead of using AI.
Okay, so we have another question from Robin Burke. I'm curious about companies' diversity and other workforce composition objectives. Is there a place for these goals in the system?
What you should be very careful is that you don't build bias into your systems. I mean, today we have 40 recruiters that do this manually, and we don't really know whether they have biases or not. But if we take the database of 100,000 matches and use some machine learning on those matches, I mean, if our recruiting consultants have had some biases and we use machine learning on that, then we will also build bias into our system. And we should, of course, avoid that. And that's part of the application that we have made, that we are promised that we'll do that. The good thing is that in an AI system, we can actually measure the bias. It's very hard to measure whether our human consultants have any biases, but in a system, we can measure whether there's a bias. And if there's bias in our data set, we can compensate for that and make sure that people of other ethnic background or other genders or so on are created equal by the system.
Yeah, so maybe related to that, during our breakout session, we were talking about like the bias that different recruiters may have, right? So as a job index, do you kind of give the recruiters, they are looking for potential candidates, do you inform them about this potential biases? Is there like a training program for them? How does it work for you?
We, of course, try to train them and tell them that they should be aware of their biases, but that is not always easy. I mean, the big thing in HR nowadays is unconscious biases, the biases that you have that you're not aware that you have. For instance, you can measure this by having a lot of people send applications. There was a Danish study where they sent in applications of where on some of the pictures, the lady who with the application had a scarf and had a foreign name. On the other applications, the candidates had a Danish name and no scarf. And the people with Danish names had to send 3 applications to get a job interview. The women with scarf had to send 5. But if you ask the recruiters, they are not aware of that. They will always have a good reason for rejecting one candidate and not the other. So you have to teach them that they have to be aware of their own biases. In an AI system, it's easier to test these biases, but we find biases everywhere. And largest biases are on the side of the candidates. If, for instance, you have a job advert and you have a picture of two males in the advert, you scare the female applicants away. We have half of our candidates say that they're not going to apply for a job with a company that they don't know in advance. So small companies have a huge disadvantage compared to large companies. So they are all sort of, if you have a large data set and do some analysis, you'll find biases everywhere and on both sides of the equation.
Okay, so we have a question from here, from our physical attendees.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe.
I didn't hear that. Can you repeat it?
Yeah, just a sec.
I'll stand up here. Yeah, hi, Cora. Thanks for a really interesting keynote. I have a question about the optimization for salary increase as well. So first off, for how many people do you have this data? How do you send them like an email afterwards and say, okay, what are you making now? And is this information, is this biased in some way that certain professions are more likely to tell you, or that certain groups are more likely to tell you what they make? And in other words, could that affect optimization for this metric?
Definitely, you have to handle the data afterwards, because there are some job categories where people get larger salary increases than not. But basically, we send them a mail afterwards and say, what was your salary increase? Congratulations with your new job. What was the salary increase that you got? We have a system where when you get a job through our resume database, we send you 2 movie tickets. And of course, to get these movie tickets, you have to fill out some information about the new job that you got, and there we ask what your salary increase was. So we get some data back, but of course that data can also be it depends on which area of the country and what kind of job you had. So we have to again, it's not easy to get these data, and it's not easy. It'll be even harder to figure out whether when people get a salary increase, whether it was actually because we did a good match, or it was because of some other things. So so it's clearly not easy to solve these problems. So it's hard enough to find out what you want to optimize for. It's also difficult to measure the result.
Do you have a bit more detail about which industries, for instance, which people are more likely to answer these kinds of these messages?
We don't have any information about who are more likely to answer them, but it's definitely, IT people are more likely to get a huge salary increase. But in general, it's not. Candidates trust us, so in general, they tend to give us all kind of information about both salary and a lot of other things. We store personal information about hundreds of thousands of Danes.
Okay, thanks.
They trust us, otherwise they wouldn't tell us that they're looking for a new job. That alone is a very sensible information for a lot of people.
Okay, thank you. So we still have time for more questions. For online participants, please don't be shy to write on the chat. And here, a few of us, the physical attendees. So maybe until someone asks another question. So during breakout sessions, we had discussions, and there was a comment about were there kind of shift in the recruiters' behavior for remote, positions after the COVID pandemic, right? So usually, when it is, a remote position, you are not looking at the location, but are you looking for certain characteristics of the job seekers? Did you realize anything at Job Index like that for the remote positions?
We have seen an increase in job adverts that mention the possibility of working at home. We've only seen very few jobs where you can work 100% from home. That's only about, added a feature for that because we anticipated a lot of jobs. So far, it's only 1 out of 1,000 job adverts where you can work completely from home, even though 10% of our candidates say that they would be interested in that. So, so there's a huge opportunity right now for, if you have a company that is in a remote location of the country, you can get employees that way. Otherwise, the biggest changes during COVID have been the huge changes in the number of positions. We lost half of our revenue in the first, just after the COVID-19 crisis last year. But right now we are 50% above the level before the crisis. In other words, we went from 100% to 50% to 150%. So we are, there's not just a shortage of computer chips, there's also a big shortage of programmers and drivers in the UK and everything else. Everybody are suddenly missing labor, which makes it even more important to make a good match. But again, it's difficult to say what a good match is, and it also depends on the country. In the US, as I mentioned, they look very much at the fit between qualifications. In Denmark, we look much more of the culture of the company. Does that fit with the candidates? And companies are much more willing to hire people who do not have all the qualifications, but can learn, because there are not a lot of people in Denmark. And I think when you go to international conferences, the place where they really use AI in recruitment is in China. I mean, in China, it's not unusual to get thousands of applications for a job, and they use some systems to sort them. And in Denmark, you usually get 30 or 40 applications. So using AI in selection the candidates is not that important. But of course, making sure you show the right jobs for the candidates and get the right the candidates to apply for the right jobs and so on. That's still important.
Okay, thank you very much. So we don't have any more questions. I would like to thank you again to come and give us this nice keynote. So we will have a coffee break, half an hour, and we will be back with a paper session at 4:15 Central European summertime. Have a nice coffee break.
So welcome back. This is session number 3, and we have 3 papers. The first one is a paper by Robin Burke. So can I ask for Robin to prepare for the Q&A? His paper is Fair Candidate Ranking with the Spatial Partitioning, Lessons from the SIOP ML Competition. So maybe we can start with the video.
Hello, everybody. I'm very pleased to be presenting our work here at the very first RecSys in Human Resources workshop. And this is our paper, Fair Candidate Ranking with Spatial Partitioning, Lessons from the Machine Learning Competition at the Society for Industrial and Organizational Psychology. My co-authors are Ian Burke from ACM Consulting Partners. I'm Robin Burke from University of Colorado Boulder, and Goran Kuljanin from DePaul University. And if you detect a family resemblance between authors 1 and 2, you would be correct. So let's say a little bit about the competition. The task here was to create a fair and accurate method to select employees. So this is a sort of employer-focused task. The data we had was data from assessment tests, and the task was to take it, to learn from that data, and then with some training data, label 50% of that data as hired and 50% of those candidates as not hired. And then those decisions would be scored. And the particular score is penalized for unfairness in the sense that it's looking for proportionality among the protected group, and any deviation from proportionality is penalized. But we don't know the protected group label for the test and the validation data, only for the training data. The competition ran from February 2020 to March 2021. It was only supposed to be a couple months, but the SIOP conference was canceled in 2020 because of the pandemic. And so we had extra time to work on the problem. In the end, about 100 teams entered, and 5 teams made it to the finals, and we came in second by a very small amount. Our training data had about 51,000 rows, and the most important variables in terms of the scoring were these 3. So high performer, managers at Walmart labeled some employees as being top performers, but that data label is only available for some parts of the training data. And then we also had a label that said retained, meaning the employee was still there after 6 months, and the protected group variable, whether they were in some protected group or not, but we didn't learn anything about their particular demographic. So part of the competition, of course, is the scoring. And so we were scored based on the half of the candidates that we chose as to hire. And you can think about these 3 sets, the high performing group, the retained group, the protected group. And so the elements of the score, the first one is the adverse impact ratio. And so we look at the ratio of protected group individuals in the hired set, like how many did you hire relative to how many there are in the whole validation set. And then similarly for the unprotected group, how many of them compared to the whole data, and you want those proportions to be equivalent. And as you can see, errors in either direction are costly. And then the accuracy proportion, basically it's a kind of, we're looking for hits for how many high performers and retained individuals are in the set of individuals you choose to hire. And then with particular focus on this intersection between high performer and retained. And as you can see from the scoring algorithm at the bottom, basically the accuracy is penalized by deviations from fairness in the absolute value there. So we approached this as kind of a pipeline, starting from the raw data. We did some imputation of missing values. I'll talk a little bit about that. We did some feature selection and engineering, and then we built some predictive models. And from those predictive models, we then applied them to test data when we got it, and then that was input to our selection procedure. We selected the hired group, and then we passed that on to the evaluation platform. We never actually got to see the true labels for the test data or the validation data, as is typical in these kinds of competitions. So the data came, as I mentioned before, from Walmart. They have a lot of employees, so they have a lot of records like this. And again, these were sort of assessment tests, but we didn't learn anything about the questions. So we didn't learn anything about the individual demographics. All the item descriptors were removed. And so we just knew the type of question that it was. So there were situational judgment questions. They're just candidates get a description and they have to say what they're going to do or what they wouldn't do. There's scenario interpretation. They watch a little video and then they have to respond with things that they observed about it. Biodata, again, demographic stuff, but we don't actually know what questions they were answering or what the scales are. And then a basically standard kind of personality survey with 13 subscales and multiple questions type you're probably familiar with. And then there were response times for many of these data items as well, and we used that as input. So we did do missing value imputation, except for those key dependent variables. So we used random forest imputation, and there's a little more information about that here and in the paper. For the situational judgment and scenario interpretation, we kind of came to the conclusion that there would be a correct way to answer those questions. And so we scored individuals based on how often they gave the sort of correct answer based on most common thing that other people said. Personality scales, we sort of just averaged the sub items on each scale. And then the biodata, we just treated that as dummy variables. And we also did some principal components analysis with that. So in the end, we ended up with 90 features, and those were input to the prediction piece. So we're trying to produce a prediction for these 3 variables, because this is, of course, what contributes to the score. High performer, protected group, and retained. We tried a lot of different things. We tried multi-class, we tried sequential classification, we tried a lot of different linear models. We had a whole year to do it. But it turned out the best performing method was a linear one, elastic net regression, and the hyperparameters we learned through simulated annealing. And then we ended up having to tweak them through the development phase because we saw differences between the test data and the training data. So the final step was selection. And we ranked candidates by whether they were likely to be a high performer, because that's the biggest component of the score, but we found there weren't enough protected group individuals. So our solution was to swap members of this set with some lower HP candidates, trying to get some of the protected group individuals in there. And in our final validation data, 2,250 candidates, we only needed to swap, in the order of 18 or 20. Now our solution to doing this swapping is the spatial partitioning algorithm that's described in the paper. And so the basic idea here is that you have some number of points, the number of candidates you want to select out of this large space. Here, my sketch is in 2 dimensions, but it can be any number of dimensions. And the user just defines a shape, which is sort of like the trade-off between each dimension. And then the system scales that shape until it contains exactly the K candidates that you want. And so what we did with this algorithm was that we from the top performing, the high performing set, we selected items to remove. And then and that was kind of like in the lower corner, the ones that were least likely to be protected group individuals, for example. And then we swapped that for the upper corner of the lower group, where we want to get, of course, the ones closest to being, high performing, but also more likely to be protected group individuals, etc. And this shows the real data, but it's just 2 dimensions of it. In this case, protected group and retained, and you can kind of see the trade-off there between protected group and retained. We want to have, we're willing to sacrifice retained because we want to keep as many protected group individuals as we can. So just a little bit of time for discussion here. The process is not really personalized, but it is a ranking methodology, and I think parameters of the search, such as that the shape, for example, could be learned from historical data. We really had to, to infer this protected group status about each individual, and so it's an interesting question, whether that would stand up to legal scrutiny in the U.S. anyway as a methodology. We think this rectilinear organization of the feature space was good. It's easy to explain. You can say, why people were included or excluded. You can argue that there's sort of an individual fairness element. Everybody who scores the same is treated the same, and it's extensible to multiple dimensions. We needed 3, but other situations you might need more. We do recognize that this hard K constraint is kind of artificial, and probably it might be better to have a more exploratory notion of who to include and who to exclude. I think the idea of exploring the shape space in an interactive way might be a really interesting direction to go from here. So that's all, and we now have time to take some questions. Thank you.
Okay, so let's thank the speaker. Okay, so questions from the audience here.
So thank you for the interesting presentation. I had a small question regarding the split that you're doing. So you're doing a 50-50 split, I've seen. Do you think that changing it to another value, for example, picking the 20 best percent of participants would have an implication on how your model works? For example, would it be more selective? Would it look at different attributes to train upon?
So anyway, to answer the question was about the parameters of the competition and the whether we might do something different if we were looking at a different kind of split of the candidates. And I think it's a little bit hard to say just because, we spent all of our time focused on the specific parameters of the competition, and that's a hazard of these kinds of competitive setups. I think in this case, it would have been more difficult to get the balanced ratio of protected group individuals the farther up the the sort of high performer list you got. And I think that there's undoubtedly some bias in how that data was produced and how individuals were assessed. So I think we probably would have had to, the trade-off would have been different. The trade-off between the different variables would have been different at that higher level of selectivity. And actually, when I think about further work that we might do with this data, that gives me an idea for something that we should try and just see what that looks like.
Makes sense. Thank you very much.
I have a question actually. So, so you mentioned that you optimize the hyperparameters using simulation, but it is not clear to me if there was an optimization for all the models or how this had an effect on your results.
So, so we use simulated annealing, basically, exploration of the parameter space for the regularization parameters in the elastic net models. And so those were 3 different models, one predicting each of those key variables, high performer, retained, protected group. Those were also separate independent models, same set of independent variables, just 3 different dependent variables. And so they're not the same regularization parameters. So we had to optimize each one of those separately. And then, as I indicated in the talk, we discovered that, and this is kind of difficult because we never really got to see the test data, but it was pretty clear that there were differences between the test data and the training data. And so we ended up doing a little bit of manual tweaking to the regularization as we went along. So it was it was challenging to figure out exactly what to do to make our model conform better to the test data when we didn't get to see the test data. And we only had a limited number of probes that we could make to the evaluation server.
Okay. Anyone question? No? Okay. So let's thank again our presenter.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So our next presenter is Ashish Lakhani with recommendations for recruiters with sentiment detection.
Hi, my name is Ashish Lakhani. I'm a data scientist at iCIMS. We know that recommendation system based on AI machine learning have been very popular in many of the industries. Today, we are going to look at how we are trying to build a recommendation system for recruiters. And as you might know that iCIMS is into a recruiting space. We are a talent cloud company, and one of our product is we offer customers ability to communicate with candidates over text messages, WhatsApp, and Facebook Messenger. So we have all this data, which is basically back and forth communication between the candidate and the recruiter. And we want to mine this data in order to figure out what the sentiment of the candidate is, whether it's positive, negative, or neutral, and also what is the intent behind the messages that candidate is sending to the recruiter. As you might very well know, that sentiment is different for different domains, and whatever is positive in one domain need not be positive in another domain. So let's look at some of the training data and some of the sentiment associated with the training data in the recruiting domain. So we collect all this training data from the logs that we see between candidate and the recruiter. And in our domain, which is a recruiting domain, whenever a candidate is seeking to find a job, or when he is applying for a job, or when he's interested in knowing more about a job, or whenever he wants to schedule an interview. These are examples of positive sentiment for us. Whereas if he is canceling the interview, or if he's just not interested in finding a job, those are the examples of negative sentiment. And as you can see, we have 5 levels of sentiment, which is shown in the table, and ranging from 0 being very negative to 4 being very positive and 2 being neutral. So we annotate the training data from 0, which is very negative, to 4, which is very positive. And along with the sentiment, we are also labeling the intent of the text messages. Intent being what is the motive behind the candidate sending that message. And we have found that there is a good correlation between an intent and the sentiment. So when some of the intents are associated with positive sentiments, and some of the intents are associated with negative sentiment. So the model gets an extra bit of information about the intent, and that helps it to come with even a better model for the sentiment. So as you can see, we are passing all this data to our machine learning models, and we have a soft mix layers of intent and sentiment at the end on the other side of the model, which gives us the sentiment and the intent of the input text. So the model is pretty good in the test data. It has given us good results. And one more thing that we need to consider here is some of the other parameters along with the sentiment score. We also look at response time, and we also look at response rate. Response time is the median time taken by the candidate to respond to a recruiter, and lesser the response time is better. And similarly, response rate is the ratio of incoming to outgoing messages from the candidate, and ideally the response rate should be around 1, which means the candidate is responding to all the messages that the recruiter is sending to him. And I want to introduce another concept of time decay. So what time decay really means is that we give more weightage to the recent messages from the candidates and less weightage to the prior messages from the candidate. Let's look at an example of a time decay to make things very clear. Let's say a candidate has messaged to the recruiter 2 months prior that, sorry, I'm not interested in looking for a job. And after 1 month, the same candidate sends another message to the recruiter, hey, what are the benefits do you offer? And in this month, the same candidate has sent another message to the recruiter, hey, I'm interested in looking for a job at this company. So basically what you can see here is a candidate's recruiting needs have changed in last 2 to 3 months. 2 months back, he was not interested in finding job, and today he is interested in looking a job at a company. So taking this into account, we have to give more importance to his current messages and lesser importance to his past messages. And that is what the time decay helps us in doing. And as you can see, the sentiment score in this example is more biased towards his current messages. We take a weighted sum of sentiment score, response rate, and response time to come up with the engagement score. And this engagement score can be used to surface the candidates to the recruiters. Now, recruiters can use other things like his skills and the experience level as well. But this engagement score gives them an additional method by which they can surface the candidates and filter out the relevant candidates from not so relevant candidates. And that way we have basically provided a recruiter with the recommendation system with use of which he can basically identify the good candidates. There are some limitations with this approach. This model is suffering from a cold start problem, meaning if the candidate is very new, we have very less data on the candidate, and there is no way for us to infer with the sentiment score. And also, this model is biased more towards candidates who are responsive, and in some cases the candidate may be good, but they are not very responsive because they are busy with their current jobs. So in those scenarios, the model does not do a very good job, but apart from that, it has yielded good results. In the end, I would like to thank RecSys for providing me this opportunity to present, and I'm looking forward for questions. Thank you.
Okay, we have a question in the chat. Luca is asking, why assign a fixed value to the sentiments rather than learning them along with the engagement score?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so basically, from what I understand the question, it looks like the question is why we are assigning fixed value to the weights rather than learning it, which is a good suggestion, definitely. And we are willing, I mean, that can definitely be done. And we are willing to experiment on that as well.
Okay, I saw someone was raising the hand.
Yeah, that was me. I wasn't sure if I should do that or type into the chat. Thanks. Yeah, my question is about and you did get to it a little bit at the end, the issue of sort of bias in the score, and I'm wondering if you've done any investigation about the demographic groups. You know, we know that different kinds of people communicate differently, use language differently. And it seems to me that there might be a danger that people who are equally interested, but maybe from different groups, express themselves differently and therefore get a different engagement score. And I'm just wondering if you've looked at that, if you can say that that kind of the sort of the way that you label responsiveness, if there's studies that you've looked at across demographics there.
Yeah, so we have not looked at any study across the demographics. Absolutely, you're absolutely right, because some people may not be very responsive. Like I said in the presentation, that they may be very qualified, but they may not be responsive. They may take their own time. And that is a problem with this approach, that it is not very good at figuring that out. But you know, as of you don't have anything right now, so this is one way of helping the recruiters in surfacing better candidates, because they can waste their time in reaching out to the candidates who are absolutely not interested at all. This methodology gives them some way of identifying that kind of candidates, like good candidates.
Okay, question here. You can.
Hi, as a question about the engagement score. You showed an example of a candidate which was not interested and then became interested. Does that happen a lot? I could imagine that the other way around would be more common, that you are interested but then found something else and then lose interest over time.
Yeah, that happens as well. All the scenarios are very possible. That's why what we are doing is we are taking the weightage value of your sentiment and the engagement score. Basically, we take into account your current recent. We give more weightage to your recent sentiment score than the past sentiment scores. So that does happen.
All right. But doesn't this make it possible that if I'm first very enthusiastic about something and then not as much, that I still get a really high engagement score? Is that what you designed it to be?
No, so the way it works is, let's say you are very enthusiastic about something maybe 6 months back, but then later on in your current months you found something, and then you are not very responsive to the recruiters. So that will take into account your recent sentiment score, which is going to be negative, and that will weigh in more. So your overall engagement score will be more towards your recent experiences.
All right, thank you for your answer.
Hi. So you showed an example of one of those annotated sentiments where it said, I think, that you have 10 years of experience in software development. But that is something that depends a lot on the job, right? If I'm applying to be a carpenter, then it doesn't really make sense for me to have 10 years of software development experience. So how can you deal with that with your system? Can you distinguish between when a particular experience or a particular sentiment is or a particular statement conveys that sentiment and when it doesn't?
So if I understood your question correctly, you are a carpenter looking for carpenter jobs, right? So I would say that was just an example of how positive the candidate is in applying for a job. So when you say I have a lot of experience, or I have like 12 years of experience in doing carpentership, then that gives you more value, saying that yes, this guy is a more qualified guy than the other guys, or he's more confident about his skills. So that is a positive sentiment coming from the candidate. That's what I was trying to project there.
Yeah, I understand that, but that depends a lot on the type of job that you're applying for, right? So how would your algorithm deal with that? That for some jobs it's relevant, and for some it's not. Since you annotated it as positive, it's not always positive.
I would take, like, let's take again the same carpentership job, right? The carpenter who has more experience, 10 years of experience, is definitely better than someone who is very new and in doing that. I think it applies probably to all the jobs. I would be happy to learn if there's something wrong in that.
No, I agree that experience is good. I'm just saying that experience in X might not be good for industry sector Y. So I was just surprised that you said, well, I have experience in this. This is positive, because your experience is really dependent on which job you're being offered or we are applying to.
Yeah, so so this is all relative. Like when a recruiter is looking for a carpenter job, then those kind of things will not matter because nobody will put those kind of statements. So you're comparing the candidate against a candidate who are in similar positions. So probably that will not matter much.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other question here? No? No more questions also in the chat. So thank you very much for your presentation. So now we move on to... Oh, yes. Let's... Okay, so now we move on to the last presentation of this session. We have Dimitrios Vogiatzis with the paper Responsible Data Management for Human Resources.
Responsible Data Management for Human Resources. Dimitrios Vogiatzis, I am the presenter, and Dr. Olivia Kyriakidou from the American College of Greece in Greece. So we're going to talk about motivating examples in human resources that lead to the development of this motivation paper. Then we're going to talk about data management requirements in human resources, then how the data ecosystems, what they are, and how the data ecosystems can be used in HR with examples, and we conclude. The problem is that often there are biased data in human resources. Human resource recommendations sustain inequities when training on data that exclude specific groups of individuals. Example, profiling the best employee based on past data. So this seems innocuous, but if we discover the features that make the past best employee, we may sustain some inequities. Okay, also the NLP tools in chatbots that evaluate candidates' competencies and fit to the job and the organization may also preserve existing social inequities when they are trained on biased data and exclude certain categories of individuals. For example, the association of African American names with negative feelings, female names with a household and non-technical jobs. What often happens is that certain hiring criteria serve as proxies for categorizing individuals in specific groups and drive discrimination. For example, gaps in employment could discriminate against women applicants as they disproportionately, leave the workplace to provide child and elderly care. Job matching platforms often use the proxies for relevance of a job to a job, of a CV to a job post that reproduce biases. Example, systems that suggest to women specific jobs at specific hierarchical levels according to their own search history, but also according to the history of the women similar to them. And so we may end up with few recommendations for senior positions if the results tend to look for lower level jobs. Data management requirements. We need, of course, to share data for structured and unstructured data. Data should be accessible and retrievable by all stakeholders. Data quality is an issue. So the data management requirements can be summarized as data management of multiple document types and quality of data items as supported all levels for the data pipeline. And then there are organizational requirements, for example, data storage, accessed and processed according to the organization's regulations. And then this can be summarized as essentially data governance enforced by the organization concerning data acquisition, data storage, retention, access rights, and data obsolescence. Then there are legal and ethical requirements. For example, the data management could follow the European GDPR, at least in Europe. Data management should address biases to an extent, of course. For example, the execution of algorithms should be independent of sensitive attributes like ethnicity, age, and gender. Data should be owned and used for the intended purpose only. Traceability allows to know where and how the data were obtained from. So we need to enforce data protection, non-ownership sensitive attributes, to know them, and we need also to be aware of discrimination attributes may lead to discrimination. Example names may reveal ethnic origin, or there can be derived attributes, for example, the employment gaps. Now, this is the need. What is the data ecosystem? It's basically a four-tuple. This commonly includes data sets, data operators that act on the data sets, metadata that are used to describe the data and then include, for example, things like a domain ontology, possibly more than one, properties of the data, and descriptions of the data. Descriptions are usually done in plain English, whereas properties, they follow a formal language. Then we need mappings to express correspondences among the components of the data ecosystem. So we need mappings between ontologies and mappings between data sets. Okay, so the data ecosystem will provide an explicit description of the data and applicable operations on them through metadata and mapping rules. This is an example that on the left side, we may have the job application data on the right. We've got the job post data. So a scenario runs like this. We've got some machine learning tools that do NLP processing, and then they produce an open graph. Well, not necessarily open. And then we've got the machine learning tools applied to the job post data, and they can be integrated. So, for example, we've got data operators, NLP to extract entities and relations from CVs. The named entities that will be recognized are things like skills, past employment, educational achievement, demographics. Then we've got relations, connect the named entities to the person, possibly labeled with time annotations. And the result is the job applicants graph. Graph can be then annotated with metadata from a domain ontology. Now, the metadata properties can also capture the quality of the NLP process, typically as a score. And we need, of course, mappings between the different ontologies, for example, résumé-RTF, human resource ontology, and so on. We may be using more than one ontologies, and there is a need to map between common concepts and common object properties. Okay, for the job posts, which is the next major resource, the text will be split into sections. It's split into sections. We perform NLP. Likewise, for example, some items like the company's culture could fall under the metadata descriptions. And then the merging of the two graphs, which is the job post and the series graph, integrated knowledge graph, can also be achieved with mapping rules. The ecosystem designed be designed by knowledge engineering and HR department, which is not a small step. Now, some examples of bias detection. If we can split the CV attributes into sensitive and non-sensitive attributes, then machine learning algorithms, it will be plain visible to what can be used by a machine learning algorithm and what has been used. Moreover, the split of CV attributes into soft and hard skills could facilitate the discovery of associations between those and the level of seniority of the position and to the applicant's gender, and perhaps to be able to detect further biases. Business regulations derived from ethical data management can be set as constraints on the knowledge graph and expressed in SHACL. Data ecosystems can be accessed eventually with SPARQL endpoints. Now, some conclusions. we proposed a framework for responsible data management for a human resources department. Actually, our point of motivation was a similar data ecosystem that we have developed for the medical domain, in particular data ecosystem for the lung cancer. It's proved to be quite versatile. Now, the framework based on the concept of a data ecosystem that comprises data, metadata, and data operators can be implemented with semantic web technologies requires a substantial investment both from a knowledge engineering and a human resources perspective. And benefits can be important, especially in the field of data transparency. The data ecosystem can also facilitate the deployment of explainable machine learning algorithms. Thank you. And I'll be happy to get your questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So now, we have any questions here? No? Questions in the chat? Yes, please.
Hi, Dimitrios. Can you say a bit more about that last point on your last slide about how can this help with explainable, the explainability of algorithms in the HR domain?
Okay, so first we can know about the provenance of the data, where they came from. This is one step. The second thing we can say is we can refer to the semantics of the input data. Third, we can have, since the data belong into ontologies, they have been mapped into ontologies, we can say more things, for example, about the classes they belong to. And so there's lots of information about the data. For example, at the very least, we could say whether we used sensitive or non-sensitive attributes, or we could simply say whether we used soft or hard skills to come up with a decision we came up, whether the data were derived from other data, for example, whether we performed NLP processing or not, and what was the quality of this process. So this sort of things we've got in mind. Maybe I should, and let me take a final note. Let me make a final note. It is this data ecosystem is it doesn't exist yet. It was inspired, as I said, by a similar data ecosystem for the medical domain, and we had we were able to address many problems. Of course, the medical domain is completely different. However, some things like sensitive data, non-sensitive data, some things about biases are common. So, yeah, I don't know if I have addressed your question.
Yeah. We have another question in the chat. Ashish is asking, how do you do entity extraction? Custom model or ready-made available model?
Okay, we have not done the entity extraction actually yet. As I said, it's a paper. It's a position paper. So what we would do is to train a model. So we would need to annotate some data. We would need to annotate some CVs, train typically a deep learning model to perform entity extraction and relation extraction. We would need to do both, actually, an entity and relation extraction.
Okay. Any other question here? No? I have another question, actually. So I was wondering if the merging of the graphs with the integrated knowledge can lead to some data inconsistencies, and how can you prevent those? So I'm just wondering if the mapping of the rules is enough.
It may lead to data inconsistencies, but actually the rules are not okay. The rules are a dynamic process. I mean, humans form these RML rules, but as we try to merge data, we revise those rules and we revise them and we revise them again until we get something that is consistent to a large degree. I cannot now foresee all the inconsistencies, but let me give you an analogous example. Again, I'm sorry to say that the example will be from the medical domain. We had two graphs. One graph was about personal patient data, and the other graph was about bibliographic data and about lung cancer. So we had to merge those two graphs to get information together. Now, RML rules were able to address many of the inconsistencies. For example, the same item to belong to classes that are mutually exclusive. Such inconsistencies where we were able to address some of them. So we speculate that it might be possible also to do this in the also when we merge CVs and, for example, job posts.
Okay, so any other question? No? Okay, so let's thank our presenter. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that's it for session number 3. It's the end of the session. Now it's time for a short coffee break, and see you in 30 minutes.
So thank you for your introductions. Let's move on to the first topic. I'll read a short summary of it. So this is about the EU framework on AI. The European Commission is proposing its first ever legal framework on AI, and it aims to provide AI developers, deployers, and users with clear requirements and obligations regarding specific uses of AI. This legal framework proposes a risk-based approach based on different levels of risk: minimal, limited, high, and unacceptable, in which HR is marked as a high-risk domain. What are your views on this directive, and what would it mean for HR tech? And again, raise your hand with the raise hand function, and then I'll give you the word in the order of
Now raise hand, yeah.
Koa?
Yeah, well, thank you. I think it's a good thing. It will have a huge influence on companies like Job Index. I mean, I've read through the proposal and what it, unlike the GPR, which has also been a huge burden on companies like Job Index, we have a more or less a full-time person taking care of GPR. But in GPR, you have to, create a system, and then if there are some problems, you report it. With this new initiative, if you are in HR tech and it's a high-risk area, then you have to have your systems approved before you take them into production. And basically, you have to, before you enter a system into production, you have to show that you have considered these different issues that there might be with bias and so on. And then only when the system is approved can you start using it. So it will create a lot of work for companies like Job Index, no question about that. But I also think it's a good thing, and I think they've done the right thing about distinguish between things that are not important, like deciding which commercial adverts I'm shown when I surf on Facebook, and decisions that are important to humans, like the one we make in our HR systems. So it will be a burden, but I think it's a good thing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Kwa. Other thoughts?
I'll be happy to share some thoughts. I kind of resonate with what was just said, in the sense that I think these, however painful such regulations may be for the companies or organizations involved in the HR space, I think they are broadly along the right direction, because in the absence of the regulations, often different organizations or different companies may be kind of in a challenges to decide what is acceptable and what's not acceptable. So drawing some analogy with GDPR, I think that this will be along the right direction. When GDPR took effect or was able to take effect, a number of tech companies, especially in Silicon Valley, were scrambling to figure out how to kind of improve their processes, how to make sure that the companies meet the requirement to delete users' data when somebody goes and deletes their account and so forth. So given that I have been in San Francisco Bay Area and was part of tech companies, have been part of tech companies, I can relate a lot to all that scrambled. And while a lot of engineers and others may have not liked the regulation so much because it created a lot of additional work, everybody realized that this was something necessary. This helped improve the processes. So along similar lines, I think that new regulatory frameworks like this European Union's proposal on artificial intelligence would be a step towards the right direction. The challenge though is that given how fast these fields are evolving, do the regulations anticipate how the field is going to evolve and or kind of factor that into account? And that's often the challenge. One of the arguments against such regulations is that regulations can become a barrier to innovation. But I think that they're in general they are desirable, and it all the more highlights the need for communities like us to kind of come together, not just people from one background like policy or law or from just the purely technical background, but the community to come together and give feedback, and so that the regulations are kind of crafted appropriately, and they're crafted in a manner that balances both say the need for protections and also potential innovation that can happen. Along similar lines, one of the challenges I would like us to think about is often if you look at the literature on fairness or bias, most of it is usually from the Western conceptions of trustworthiness or fairness. That's not surprising because a large amount of academic literature comes out of perhaps US-based academic and industry institutions or European institutions. Recently, there has been some thoughts on what would the corresponding notions of fairness or responsible AI mean in other contexts. There has been some recent work along these lines. For example, what does fairness mean in say Indian context? I'll give an example to just highlight this point. When even as recently as maybe 3 or 4 years back, when I opened some of the newspapers in India, it's often common to see ads that could be considered blatantly discriminatory. For example, there will be an ad which says that for call center professions, only women need apply. And the same ad or an adjacent ad would say that for say medical representative jobs, which requires a lot of travel using say motorbikes and so forth, only men need apply, right? Like, so I think these are again, having been in the Indian context, I can kind of relate a little bit to why the employer may be having such requirements in the first place, which could be considered very blatantly discriminatory. But again, it's a very different notion or the notion of what is considered fair and what is not considered fair. To give a very recent example, there was just news last week or the week before that Ola, which is the equivalent of Uber or Lyft in India, has opened a giant e-scooter factory which will be run entirely by women. So in settings like India, given the historical context, it's often considered acceptable to have affirmative action as just like this specific example, which may not be considered acceptable if we go by US or European laws. Again, like this is something for all of us to think about. What does fairness or bias mean in different cultural contexts?
Thanks. That's a really thorough answer. Gerd, I think you also wanted to contribute to this.
Yes, if I may, I would like to say that I support what Kars said earlier, so that it's really important that this framework is being developed, because that's the only thing that will really push the professional organizations and the tech partners involved to get to a more professional level on dealing with HR data and developing service of a better quality and the better security and the better legal context. Because what an employer can experience as fair can only be what's in fair as stated in the law. We have to check whether the vacancies and the offers are in line with the law. And so personal appreciation is not part of the game. So that is one thing. Another thing is that if you leave it open to interpretation, I would say, then you get stuck with the bias that keeps on being a bias. As a woman, maybe I can stress this a bit. If they can't imagine a woman riding a motorcycle, then you have a problem, because women can. So you have to have this bias taken out of the picture to give a view to the labor market for a job seeker, and that they can also apply for other jobs, although maybe the environment around them does not really expect them to do so at that moment in time, but the world changes. So you can't be stuck in the past. So that's the same here. We have seen it in our labor market. We've seen it all the time. And I'm very strict in that. And I can appreciate really the effort of the European Commission to develop this framework. And it's up to us to, that is like in a computer game, level up and go to another level and get better and be better and serve better your clients. And that's the challenge, I think.
Thank you very much, Gerd. Christiaan, do you want to add something briefly to this?
Yeah, just a small remark. I basically agree with everything that Gerd has just said. Just to add one or two things. First, a reaction to what Krishnaram said about do the regulators in the EU also check if the regulation does not hamper innovation. I do have the opinion, at least I don't know the regulation from top to bottom, but I do know that they, for instance, made this provision for regulatory sandboxes, which is like an experiment that, for instance, startups or small enterprises, they can experiment outside of the scope of the regulation, so they can try things that technically are not allowed to see whether it works, to facilitate innovation. I think that's an example. I don't know if that's enough, but it is an example that shows, I think, that the regulators do actually think about how innovation can be helped. In addition to that, we can look at the GDPR that was negotiated. And yes, I am afraid sometimes that regulations can hamper innovation. The GDPR, for instance, was designed in a way to be open, to capture all kinds of new things of data protection. But now, these days, we are already looking for new regulation on algorithms, for instance. So we see that regulators need to adapt all the time to a new situation when it comes to technology.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot, Christiaan. And thanks for all your thoughts on this topic. Let's move on to topic number 2, which is about fair and inclusive HR tech. So I would like to hear your thoughts on how we can design HR technology in such a way that it will be inclusive of all the relevant stakeholders and that its predictions and decisions are fair to all people affected by such systems. And how do technological and legal issues and company values intertwine in the design and the use of such systems? I don't know who would like to, Gerd, yeah?
Yeah, maybe I can kick off the discussion here. When I was at university, when I studied pedagogical science, my final work that I did was a paper was on the mechanisms of stigmatization. And all these things that you talk about of how does the bias puts grit into the motor, it doesn't work, and it even strengthens or increases bias. The same mechanisms actually exist on the other side also. And what I see in the job services until now, based on AI, I see old patterns of job services reappearing in a new context with AI, but it's still the old patterns in which the professional tells the job seeker, this is best for you. You should go there. This is the job for you. We can tell you that it's close to your competences. And that is only part of the story. The other part of the story, if you want to support a job seeker, is actually trying to figure out what is all the other aspects that are related to choosing a job, experiencing that you have interest in a job, experiencing that it's safe to take a decision to go to another area in your country to do a job. There are so many elements involved that are not in the vacancy and that are not picked up by AI systems. And therefore, I think AI systems need to develop further and have next to, because it's an end thing, employers look for job seekers, and then you get the perspective of the recruiter who is looking for someone. The other perspective is supporting job seekers and citizens to find jobs. And that's not because they get out of their bed in the morning and they say, now I want to find a job. No. It's trying to get it close to them so that it triggers an interest and that they say, why shouldn't I try to do that? But yes, then we will have to move. Is this possible? Can I find a school for my kids over there? Can I find a home that we can afford? That are all elements that are crucial to the decision-making of stepping into a new job. And we are not using that, and using is not misusing it. It's supporting that kind of processes. With the labor market explorer that Francisco Gutierrez developed with us, we try to support that, because if people are limited in what they can do, I cannot be motivated for a job that I never heard of. That's impossible. We psychologically, we can't imagine that. So you have to sense something and then be able to respond with your basic processes in which we work with recognition and association, and that you say, yeah, it's new, but it says something to me. It tells me, it triggers, I would like to find out a little bit more about it. And that is kind of a new type of labor market services that I think we can support better with AI and with additional processes around it, but that is not happening yet. We still stick to the old pattern too much. That's my point of view.
Thank you very much. Other thoughts about this? How we can design for inclusiveness? Yeah, Core first and then Christiaan.
Yeah, well, I'm not so worried about the fairness, because we can build systems that are fair and so on, and make sure that they're fair. I'm more worried about the unusual candidates, and I'm also not so worried about what's happening in the EU. I'm more worried about what's happening in China and the US. In the China, it's not unusual to have thousands of applications for an open position, and there they use completely automated systems, and if they use the same system to hire all their employees, they make it a very homogeneous workforce, whereas there's no room for the candidates that have unusual backgrounds and so on. As we also got into my talk later, it's very difficult to build. I mean, we can build systems that will find people who have the qualifications that match, and we can also argue that it's fair that we select the people who have the best qualifications. But what happens with the candidates that have an unusual background but might still be qualified for that job? It might be harder for them to get an opening in the job market if everybody use automated systems to select the candidates. I'm more worried about that than I'm worried about fairness.
Okay, thanks. Christiaan first, then Krishnaram.
All right. Yeah, thank you. So thank you for the very interesting example. I'm very happy to hear from Kaare that we can build systems that are fair. I'll quote you on that. Because this is something that in a way surprises me, on the other hand, because the signals that we get are not always the same. We hear lots of stories about potential biases. The reports we read as institutes, as policymakers, all say concerning things about AI in recruitment. I want to say two things about fairness. The first thing about fairness is I do think there's a great opportunity for using AI with recruiters. I know, for instance, of a Swiss study that was published in Nature magazine in the beginning of this year that was about controlling, using machine learning analysis to checking what was the behavior of the recruiters. And, well, surprise, surprise, it showed that there was a 7% penalty for women in male professions, etc. And I think this is a very interesting opportunity, something I would be very interested in to see more about. And we as our institute, I just already gave an example earlier. But on the other hand, how can we as regulators trust that these systems are fair? That's the counter question also, and it has to do with transparency. So it's always linked to fairness. And secondly, when you talked about the unusual applicants, I think usually the unusual applicant is the mother that has to take care of the baby, and that way could not work for a couple of years and has become an unsuited applicant, or the man who was an alcoholic for a couple of years but reclaimed his hot life and now wants a fair chance in the job market. We're talking about these people, this contextualization that I'm afraid is sometimes missing with machines, and I would love to see more research that can show that these machines can actually take these things into account. I know a researcher, Sandra Wachter, is working probably with Krishnaram, or either they are working with Amazon, I believe, to look at a fairness metric that resembles non-discrimination law. So I'm very interested in these kind of developments, and I think further research and experimentation is needed. On the other hand, I wonder whether now the technology is already there.
Thank you. Krishnaram, do you have any thoughts about this?
Yes, I'll just add to some of the thoughts that were discussed here. So one of the things that really I'm worried most is also this notion of automation. So as I think Kaare alluded to, when it comes for, say, jobs which are typically like high paying, or where we expect the number of candidates to be small, usually the resumes or the applications will be handled by humans. So, for example, if you're applying for a VP of law or VP of engineering at a company, usually it's never the case that some automated system is going to process your application. But if you're applying to, say, blue-collar jobs or low-wage jobs, where there could be thousands or tens, even hundreds of thousands of applications. Just like in China, I have heard that in India, companies like Infosys get hundreds of thousands, sometimes 100,000 applications for just one role or a small number of roles. How do you handle, like, how do you scale the recruiting mechanisms to these settings? The economics, the simple economics of those jobs may not justify all the applications being read or viewed by a human, and it's not even clear that even if that happens, that recruiter or the human would be spending sufficient amount of time and would not have their own biases, right, by looking at the name or gender or other attributes. So I want to just mention something that an insight I learned when I read Cathy O'Neill's book on the weapons of math destruction. In the book, Cathy talks about not just machine learning models, but also other data-driven systems. The example she says is that if, let's say, one recruiter or one company is biased, or let's say one judge is biased, that in the pre-digital era, that usually affected that small set of applicants or that small set of, those who are undergoing trial. But with the adoption of automated systems, there is a risk of any such biases getting scaled. As discussed earlier, it can force everybody to behave like the typical persona. For example, if say there is greater and greater adoption of recommendation-based and other machine learning-based models, if it's the case that in some profession, the majority of the candidates or the employed people are from one demographic group, let's say from one gender, like gender being male, it's possible that the models may provide a preferential treatment to other genders, let's say gender being female, who have or who behave in a manner which is similar to the gender being male. This is probably true for other demographic groups as well, because if the machine learning models are after all very good at capturing patterns in the data, if the data consists largely from just one demographic group, it would not be surprising to see that the model ends up capturing the way those groups behave. I think this is one concern I think a lot about. The other types of concerns are related, similar to what I mentioned before. So, for example, it's very well known that referral mechanisms benefit both the organization and the candidates. I think there are studies showing that when somebody joins a company through referral, that candidate is likely to stay longer because they have somebody to relate with. And in fact, even the person who referred a candidate may have some kind of moral obligation and is likely to stay in the company for longer. So referrals-based recruiting has a lot of benefits. At the same time, it can suffer from the homophily issues I mentioned. If the existing company largely consists of one demographic group, it will be very hard to recruit candidates from other demographic groups if the recruiting mechanism is mostly referrals. And more importantly, even after recruiting, how to create mechanisms so that people stay in the job. I think that's even a bigger challenge.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Some brief final thoughts about this topic from Gerd?
Yes, if I may. I just want to link a remark to what Krishna just said. The example that in a certain job, if there are mainly men working, actually, when I talked about additional services that we can use to feed into the positive mechanisms, is exactly showing that there are women doing that. I will give you an example in which a lot of people immediately associate the work with strong, big guys that is working in the port, in the seaport, on the big high cranes, the tower cranes, and they think that's all big guys, strong guys that you have to be careful with when you meet them in the dark. But that's not the case. We have found out that when the best tower crane drivers are women. And if you show that, and we show that in small job movies or videos, if you show that to someone, then it gets feasible to think about it. And then you can say, maybe that's, I would like to try to do something like that. And then you get motivated to explore and to take further steps. But it's exactly giving this additional element in your service so that you don't only look back and say it were always guys, but that you also look around you and say, okay, if we want to be gender neutral and fair in all aspects, then you have to show these other aspects somewhere in the process. And then people can look over the hedge and say, aha, there is something that's interesting for me.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'd like to move on to the next topic, but it's definitely related to what we've talked about for this topic, because it ties into what Cor and Christiaan said about sort of unusual job seekers, right, that have a hard time finding jobs. The third topic is about activating hidden workers. There was a recent report by the Harvard Business School and Accenture titled Hidden Workers, Untapped Talent. And in that report, they propose a number of recommendations for how to hire more so-called hidden workers. What are hidden workers? They're part-time workers who would like to work full-time, long-time unemployed who are seeking employment, and people missing from the workforce who are willing and able to work under the right circumstances. And the report argues that one of the reasons for these hidden workers to stay hidden is that HR tech is inflexibly configured, that it immediately dismisses people if they don't match every single requirement, for instance. What do you feel are the greatest challenges here, and how should we move forward to address these? And feel free to relate this also to the previous topic. Krishnaram, is your hand still up from the previous? Would you like to go first?
Sure. So one of a thought I had when reading this topic was that before even going to the HR tech or the algorithmic or the machine learning models and so forth, I think it's perhaps good to take a step back. Some of these issues are not just about technology, but it's broader than that. Just to give an example, I think very recently there is a realization, at least amongst the tech companies, that this is a huge missed opportunity, reaching out to those who may have been out of the workforce for some number of years, for the examples we discussed earlier, and trying to see how to bring them back is a great opportunity. I remember that LinkedIn had a program called I think returnship or some flavor like that, where there is a mechanisms for those who may have been out of work for various personal reasons or other reasons to kind of gradually come back to work. I think that I would think is a starting step. And of course, like I think the challenge then is that especially for entry level or lower wage professions, there is a tendency to rely more and more on algorithmic tools. Do these tools just look for recent work experience and as a result entirely discriminate against and miss out this hidden workforce? I think that's a really relevant point. This might also suggest that just like there is now an emphasis on understanding not only how a model performs on the whole, like let's say if you take a machine learning model, how the model performs on the entire population. It's very important to see how the model performs on different subpopulations. This is true for say facial analysis. This is true for lending models and so forth. And likewise, even if you take any models used in the HR tech, in addition to seeing how well the model performs for recruiting candidates or matching candidates with job seekers on the whole, it's also important to consider all the subgroups. For example, the one subgroup could be those who may be, say, working mothers who may have taken a break and are returning to work, or the other examples that were discussed earlier. I think it's important to see how the model works for these subgroups as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Other thoughts? Gerd?
Yes, for this group of people that are not anymore in the labor market or never have any experience with work yet, actually there's two main elements that are not in the algorithm, but that stop them or are a hinder for them to get into job-related services. And one of them is cultural and psychological. A lot of people get into a situation in their life and society in which their environment, society as a whole, or they themselves don't expect anymore that they take up a job part-time or full-time. If you are above 55, then most people say, yeah, but you won't be able to find a job. There are prejudgments, also bias in the labor market services as well, that give people the feeling that they will not be able to find a job. And if you get that feeling every day, again and again, confirmed by your surroundings and labor market services, even formal ones, then in the end you start believing it. So that's a big problem that needs to be, we have to open an horizon before people can start looking at things. And the second thing has to do actually with, what did I write here? Yeah, the things that you put in your services as such, they have no view at all on what is possible. So if they don't get across this first hinder, they will never meet your services. So you can develop your services as much as you want. They will not get in touch with these services. So there are two main crucial elements that are need to be tackled, or before you can even start involving people in a labor market process there.
Thank you very much. Christiaan or Cora? Cora, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this goes into the category of unusual backgrounds that I mentioned before, that people with unusual backgrounds might have trouble getting a job. In the Danish job market, it usually helps when there's a shortage of employers or employees, which we are experiencing now in Denmark. This usually means that people with unusual backgrounds have it a lot easier to get into the job market. When the employers cannot get people who have all the qualifications, they will start looking at people who have, only half of the applications, or have gaps in their resumes, or do not have the education that they expect. So right now it'll be a lot easier for everybody with unusual backgrounds to get a job. But I'm a little worried about, if you automate things a lot, it might be more difficult. Also, I've tried both the American job market and the Danish job market. Danish companies are much more flexible and willing to hire people who do not have all the qualifications. In the US, I experienced something they called fit. If you didn't fit all the qualifications that they asked, then they simply didn't want to talk with you. You couldn't tell them that you could learn something in half a year or something like that. So, and if you put these things into a computer, then people who do not fit 100% might have a harder time finding a job. And it's difficult to put that into AI.
Yeah.
Christiaan, do you have anything to add to this?
Just one remark and one question, actually. So the first remark is actually, if this report, if what they're saying is true, I'm very worried, because they say 27 million people in the US are hidden workers. Part of this is due to automated hiring systems. And they also expect similar amounts in Germany and the United Kingdom, these researchers. At the same time, our institute has never received any complaints concerning recruitment algorithms. What that tells me, if this report is true, is that it's very hard for people to go to a judge to get their rights when it concerns these machines, and that worries me a lot. And then, of course, then the whole transparency debate enters the fray again, and regulation. But having said that, I really want to know, and I am very interested in what Kaare and Krishnaram maybe in one sentence can say about it, or other people in the room, or maybe Gerd as well. Do you think the report's true? Do you believe what they're saying, that there are 27 million people due to hiring algorithms that don't find a job? And will it be the same thing in the Netherlands or in other European countries, for instance?
Thanks, Christian. I can kind of comment a little bit on that. Since I'm kind of at least for the last 2 years no longer working so much on recruiting, and I don't have enough context to comment on how accurate this report may be, but I think that if not 27 billion, at least in terms of order of magnitude, it must be in the right, it's likely to be in the right ballpark. I wanted to add a comment about something very similar, just like hidden workers. Another type of missed opportunity is those who kind of get displaced because of various external factors, whether this is globalization and competition from several different countries or automation. Yeah, just to give a concrete example, if you look at the Rust Belt region in the United States, where in the past there were high-paying middle-class jobs related to steel mills and manufacturing and so forth. As some of these things change, as the trends change, I think that organizations like LinkedIn, Job Index, various governmental agencies may have a big role to play. The reason I say this is, say if you take LinkedIn, LinkedIn gets a very holistic view of what's happening in the job market, which as an individual job seeker, I may not be able to perceive. So LinkedIn has early indication of which skills are becoming more important, which job roles are becoming more important and which are becoming less important. I think similarly, government agencies like census bureaus and labor agencies like Bureau of Labor Statistics in the US also have such signals. I think that those signals are largely underutilized today. So there is a possibility for these rich signals to even guide where should workers or potential workers upskill themselves. Should they choose to learn or take up courses or training about clean energy or about say newer manufacturing techniques or about internet technology and whatsoever. I think there is a lot of opportunity which is missing today there, and there is a larger role for all the agencies, government agencies, local government agencies, as well as companies like LinkedIn Job Index to play here.
Thank you. Since the question was asked to Cora, I'll go to Cora first, but Gerd, you will have the last word.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think I'll instead tell us all sorry to show what I mean by fairness in AI. When I moved to the US, I had problem getting a credit card because in the US, the banks are required to prove that their lending practices are fair. And the way they have solved that is to handle all questions about lending to computers. And because I was new to the US, nobody wanted to give me a credit card, which was completely fair. What I did was I went down to put on my nice suit and went down to the bank manager, complained and told him this was completely ridiculous. And then I got my credit card. But in the recruitment market, there, if all handling is handled by AI, I cannot get around and complain that it's ridiculous so it was completely fair, but you know, it caused a problem for me. So I'm worried that the unusual candidates will have a problem. So that's what I mean by fairness. Yeah, it was fair that I couldn't get a credit card, but it caused a problem for me. So that's what I mean when I'm worried about that.
Gerd?
Yes, getting back to the report, these hidden workers are, they often call them the non-active people in society. There's a stigma related to that because they associate it as if those people are sitting at home in their sofa and waiting until the sun goes down. That's not the case. They are often very active people. So there's a lot of work being done in our society and also in our economy that is not in the traditional job rhythm. So part of that is not appreciated. And so they call them as non-workers or hidden or not having the right qualifications while they are doing plenty of things. So that's something that I would like to bring under the light. And the second thing is that there's another element that is hidden in our society, and that is a growing element on which it's much more difficult to have a good grip on what is happening there and what is fair, and that's the whole area of the platform economy. And that is a booming business. We don't know what happens. There are a lot of things that are happening over there that are not right, that the social rights for those workers are often not supported because it's cross-border and no one is defending them. And I think that's part of an economy that's a growing thing in which we don't have any, we can't put it in a policy anymore at the moment, because we don't have any grip on that. I don't know, Kaare, how you look on that, but I see it as a growing problem as well for labor market services, as for the legal aspects and the data security. And that's, I just wanted to give that as one of the challenges.
Would Cor or Christiaan like to comment on this before I close off this topic?
No.
Okay. So thank you very much for all your thoughts. For the final part of this, I would like each of you to maybe think of what is the important take-home message of this panel for you, or what do you think researchers at RecSys or researchers in HR tech should be focusing on? What is the challenge that we should tackle first?
Can I start, or
yeah,
anybody else? All right. So I want to underline one thing. There's a reason why the European Commission called HR a high-risk system. I want to give everybody that today I saw lots of people in the room that are very committed to their jobs, and their jobs gives them a lot more than just money. And it's the same thing for everybody that's recruited that has been judged by the algorithms, is that they're refused for something they truly, truly care about often. So I think it's very important that these systems always need to take with them a human touch. And that's something I want to give to you. And secondly, I want to tell you that regulators are definitely waking up to this problem. Not only the European Commission. In the Netherlands, I can name 2 examples. There's a new law that's coming that's going to ask employers to do an assurance of their recruitment automated hiring processes. And they have to have documentation for that. That probably already be there before the AI proposal from the European Commission. And on the other hand, there is also going to be an algorithm watchdog, at least it seems to be, because there are plans from our current government to make one. And I suppose other countries will probably are working on similar proposals. So I wanted to give you that. And having said that, I really think it's important because that lawyers, rule makers like who work on the law, and rule makers who work on algorithms work together, like in a group like this, because we come from different backgrounds. We have different ideas and different way of speaking. But I think the only way to find a solution to the challenges about bias, about discrimination, is if we work together. So I want to underline that, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much, Christiaan. Very good points. Other final thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked a lot about biases in AI systems, but the truth is there's a lot of bias in the humans that are doing the job now. I mean, and we can't measure that. It's much easier to measure bias in the systems than it is in the humans that are currently doing the job. And there's also I mean, if you think recruiters are biased, you should look at the job seekers. There are much more biases in the job seekers. We can see that if we have pictures of males on a job advert, then the females will not apply for that job. You scare the females away. So I think we have a good chance of doing a better job than the humans are doing today. We can show candidates that might be relevant to the recruiters and point out that this candidate might actually be a good candidate. And we can show jobs that the job seekers might have overlooked, which they have a good chance of finding. So I think we can actually improve the way that the job market works if we use AI in the right way.
Thank you, Cor. Krishnaram?
So I want to kind of just resonate what was just said. I think while a lot of focus may be on understanding biases in automated or algorithmic components, it's at least as important to also understand biases in the current state of things, right? There could be because of various societal biases. There have been, in fact, studies by Senthil Mullainathan and co-authors which show that if you submit the same resume but change the name, either whiten the name or blacken the name, then the response rates are very different. So that suggests that there are biases today. How to kind of audit biases in the recruiting pipeline today, which is largely handled by humans. I think that's at least as important. Related to that, there was a recent work by John Kleinberg, Senthil Mullainathan, and others making a case that at least with algorithmic components, it's possible for us to articulate what fairness or bias measures we want. And once we are able to articulate that, it's possible to embed those as part of these mechanisms. Whereas when a judge or a human recruiter is making the decision, often it becomes hard to articulate what is the decision-making criteria. So there may be some benefits of adopting automated or algorithm with human in the loop mechanisms for some of these systems. I wouldn't dismiss them altogether. In some settings, they may result in a better outcome than what's being done today, especially if there are systematic biases against some demographic groups. And the second is that I think it's also important to take into account how to account for the behavioral differences of the job seekers themselves. I gave some examples earlier about men may be more likely to list the skills on the resume on or LinkedIn profile, or maybe more likely to apply for a job even if they match a subset of the skills required and so forth. How to account for these differences and to make sure that there is no discrimination that results from the behavioral differences. I think I would say that these are some things where there is a lot of interesting work that we can, as a group, right, not just people from the computer science background, not just people from the legal background, but we all of us together can work on these problems.
Thank you very much, Krishnaram. Gerd, your final thoughts?
Yeah, maybe I can relate to that in my comments because I think there's still a lot of education that needs to be done, and education in our society, education of employers, education of job seekers and citizens. And I don't mean in the school system, but giving them more information and making the picture or the image that they have of the labor market and the world that they have in their own minds, making it more closely to reality than it is at this moment. Because there are also employers that think that some people can't do a certain job while they can do it perfectly. So I think it needs to be adapted. In the services also, I think we really have the knowledge and the expertise, but that I would say, why don't we cooperate a little bit more with people from human science to get new AI-based services that also have this other dimension in it that helps people to see these new possibilities and get them into a next step of finding a job at the same time. I think these things need to be elaborated a little bit further, and human science can be help over there. And next to that, I think it's up to us also to push at the level of the governments, be it local or national or European, that this additional work, I think it's already started, and that in the context of the Green Deal, where we in Europe want to have also an inclusive labor market and an inclusive society, we will never get there if we don't keep on getting the picture right in the people's mind. And that is something that we can do very easily. All the material is there. If we look around, we can find people on the labor market that prove the opposite of what people think. And then when they see it, it gets feasible. Also for an employer, when he sees someone of a demographic group doing the job right, he says, they can do it, okay? And then they start, the clicks are appearing. And I think we can do that and use that more actively.
Great, thank you very much. Very, very true words. This is the end of this panel. I think we could have gone on for another hour, but I don't want to keep you longer than this, right? I very much appreciate the time that you dedicated to this panel. I hope everyone online also found this an interesting panel. I sure did. And thank you very much again for your participation.
So, well, it's been a very long day. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming. I hope you really had a good time in the workshop. It was a very interesting workshop. I think we learned a lot. I don't want to take a lot more of your time, but just some closing remarks. So during this workshop, we have the opportunity to explore different topics. We see that we really have a lot of work, a lot of things to do. So looking forward for your contributions. But it's very interesting, and these are just a few topics that we touch this day, like human rights and awareness, opportunities, also interesting challenges and for human rights. Also, we were looking into how to design more inclusive and fair technology for human resources. Also, we discussed and had very interesting discussions about transparency in job recommendations, how we can have more fairness and accountability, and also how can we design better systems for recruiters to assist them more effectively. So this has been very interesting. And I also would like to thank all our authors. So maybe just clap. Thank you very much to all the authors for the contributions. We had 8 submissions. And also it's important to mention that the proceedings will be soon in the website. So also together with the recordings, I think probably in a few weeks. Also thanks to the program committee again, maybe. Also thanks to keynote speakers as well today, very interesting conversations. And thank you very much to our panelists for all the discussions and all the very, very interesting conversations. So again. And of course, thanks to the chairs. Thank you very much for organizing the conversation. Unfortunately, Catherine and David were not here because now they are parents. But thank you very much for all the chairs. So thank you. And of course, thanks to all of you, all the people in the chat, also the audience here that stayed all day with us. Thank you very much. Without you, this would be not possible. So thank you very much to all of you. And that's it. See you next time. Thank you very much.